last of House Belmont.
ご覧いただきありがとうございます。キャッスルバニアベルモンドカースプロデューサーの谷口勉です。今回見ていただいた映像はキャッスルバニアシリーズ40周年記念第1弾となるキャッスルバニアベルモンドカースのアナウンス映像です。これまで我々のチームは多くの方にキャッスルバニアに触れていただきたいという思いでシリーズの過去作を最新ハードでプレイしていただけるようにいくつかのコレクションタイトルを配信してきました。また多くの素晴らしいパートナーとコラボレーションにも取り組んでまいりました。そしてやっと本日新しいゲームについて皆様に報告できるところまで来ました。そのことがすごく嬉しいです。今回のタイトルではイビルエンパイアモーションツインという才能と情熱にあふれるシリーズへの愛を持ったスタジオとともにプロジェクトに取り組んでいます。これまでのシリーズらしさを大切にしながらも新しいアイデアと現代的なゲームプレイを取り入れることでキャラクターのアクションはよりダイナミックで爽快に仕上がっています。シリーズファンの方はもちろんぜひ遊んでくださいと思っておりますが、まだキャッスルバニアに触れたことがないという方にもぜひ楽しんでほしいです。発売は2026年を予定しておりますので続報を楽しみにお待ちください。
You can't stay in this room forever. I can't stay in this room forever. I know this is going to be hard. But you have to come back to me. Come back to me, Simon.
I woke up in the water again. But this time it's different. I keep trying to fix what happened. No matter what I do,
You can't fix it. It doesn't let us change things. You did what you did.
Oh my god, it's Silent Hill. I knew it. I knew it. Ah, fuck. Everyone just wants PT bet.
A world shrouded by lightfall. Shining drops of light that bring death as they fall. begin our journey.
Those were Her Majesty's words.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
皆さんこんにちは。プロデューサーの門井です。ティザートレーラーの方はいかがでしたでしょうか。レブノワールは完全新作の JRPG です。私自身を含め JRPG を愛し続けてきたメンバーが情熱を持って開発したタイトルとなります。仲間との出会い、成長、そして JRPG には大事な心揺さぶられるような展開、こちらを大事にしてナラティブというものを表現しようと突き進めております。新しい冒険が始まるというワクワク感、ぜひ楽しんでいただけると思います。今日、お届けした映像は本当に一部の一部で、レブノワール続報がこれからもどんどん出ていくと思いますので、ぜひ、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
What game is this one?
A man with your skill set must be able to move unconstrained, unrestricted.
Is this John Wick? Is this John Wick? I'm guessing this is John Wick. This has to be John Wick. There's no way.
He must be versatile, capable, adaptable.
Yeah, that's John Wick.
He must be grounded, stable, constant. I believe you are ready, sir.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good morning, New Cascadia. This is Joy, your community outreach liaison. It's a lovely day outside. It's quiet. Very quiet. Rainfall is expected to begin in the early afternoon and last until a long time.
Is this
For those
marathon?
who did not wake,
Yeah, this is
your
marathon.
restless dreams endure. So small among the stars. Breathe softly. Do not worry. Peace is upon you. And I am here to walk with you into its embrace.
Mayday! 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 This is General Danik Reed of the New Cascadia Colony on Tau 34. Whoever's listening, whatever's out there. We need anything. Weapons, supplies, a way out, a way back. Mayday, Mayday. This is Data Green. Tau Ceti. I feel like I'm praying. We've had to do things to survive. Things I never would have. We're monsters. We're all monsters.
Embrace. Embrace. One step. Embrace. Embrace. One step. Embrace.
Mayday! 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 Mayday!
Hey everyone, my name is Joe Ziegler and I'm the game director on Marathon. Today we're excited to announce our Server Slam from February 26th through March 2nd, where you can join us on Tau Ceti and help test Marathon on PlayStation 5 and other platforms. Our Server Slam features an introduction to the survival gameplay of Marathon, giving you a chance to explore the dangerous world of Tau Ceti and unlock rewards for the full release on Thursday, March 5th. For all PlayStation Plus players, we're also excited to share a collection of unique weapon charms that pay homage to some of our favorite PlayStation games, including Helldivers 2, Death Stranding 2, and Ghost of Yotei, all available at launch. From everyone here at Bungie, thank you for joining us on this journey. We'll see you on Tau Ceti starting February 26th.
Hey, I'm Brett.
And I'm Kristen. Thanks to Bungie for that new look at Marathon, coming to PS5 on March 5th, with the Server Slam running February 26th through March 2nd.
Now let's check in on what's coming to PlayStation Plus over the next few months.
I can't tell.
Up first, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 swings into game catalog next week. Developed by Insomniac Games in collaboration with Marvel Games, be greater together as Peter Parker and Miles Morales.
Let's go!
In this thrilling sequel, the Spider-Men must balance their personal and heroic responsibilities while protecting the city from iconic villains.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. How to help you.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 joins the PlayStation Plus game catalog on February 17th.
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes two fan favorites over the next few months, starting with Tekken Dark Resurrection, a fantastic fighting game that originally released on PSP. PlayStation Plus Premium members can expect to revisit this handheld classic in March.
The original PlayStation version of Time Crisis brings arcade action to the Classics catalog in May. This version also offers gyroscopic aiming with the DualShock 4 or PS5 DualSense controller, simulating the original light gun experience.
Big Walk is a cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking.
Oh, there they are.
Hang out and get lost with your friends in an open world full of challenges, puzzles, and playful discoveries.
Hey, my phone, what's going on?
That's all for me and Brett, but we still have a lot more cool stuff to show you, including brand new Saros gameplay.
Housemarque's next action game releases April 30th, and creative director Gregory Loudon has even more systems and combat to break down. Let's take a look.
What is that for you, Arjun?
Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe.
Oh, Arjun. I know you better than that.
Hey everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque. Today we're excited to show off our Comeback Stronger features and Eclipse gameplay running on PlayStation 5. In Saros, you step into the shoes of Arjun Devraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli, who is discovering the hostile shape-shifting planet of Carcosa. As you encounter a variety of ever more brutal hostiles, death is inevitable. But in Saros, death only means that you will come back stronger. Welcome to the passage. You are not on your own. Interacting with the survivors of Echelon 4 will help you understand the mysteries of Carcosa.
I can't believe so many are gone. They didn't all die. Some of them changed.
This is Primary, the voice of Soltari. Here you can engage with our permanent progression systems to upgrade your armor's attributes and acquire special perks. With Carcosan modifiers, you can adjust your experience by, for example, making hostiles tougher, weaker, or even removing the second chance ability entirely. However, all adjustments you choose must be kept in balance to ensure a consistent challenge level. Primary also allows you to teleport directly to any biome that you have unlocked. This means getting back into the action quicker. It also means easier replayability the further you get into the world. Using the teleport, you can now quickly restart the selected biome and get back to where you were. And now it's time to take another shot at what killed you the first time around. Eventually, you come across an alien device. By using it, you discover that it calls the Eclipse. The Eclipse corrupts the world. It's a complete escalation of our gameplay, our audio, and our visuals on Carcosa. Hostiles now shoot corrupted projectiles, which reduce your maximum armor integrity, but you can restore it by using your power weapon. Weapons and artifacts also become corrupted, which alters them in both positive and negative ways, which ramps up the challenge. We can't wait for you to play Saros when we launch on April 30, 2026.
The air trembles. Mother Earth herself senses the coming battle. The world may hate us, we still have to save it. A true team is unbreakable! You cannot stand against the storm.
Oh! Yeah, let's go!
Mother Earth!
Yeah!
Let me at them, Storm.
I gotta play this. I'm playing this.
Limbo is waiting, and I'm starving for your soul! Time to end this!
Yeah!
I've got this one. I'll show you how the X-Men get it done. You're cooked, Bob.
Finally, they
Initiating attack. I am all that remains of Shi'ar technology. Prepare to be disassembled.
Surrender to avoid further danger.
Let's finish this.
We are stronger! Together!
Nice. Nice, nice. Nice. Yee.
マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ最新のトレーラーお楽しみいただけましたでしょうか。本当にお待たせしてしまいましたけども、こうして一番初めに X メンのチームトレーラーを発表できたこと本当に嬉しく思っています。
We're super stoked to introduce the mutants as the newly formed unbreakable X-Men into the world of Marvel tokens.
マジックは中間距離を大きな剣で制しながらテレポーテーションで裏回りしたりなど多彩なトリッキーな動きをすることができます。
Think of Wolverine as an unstoppable savage tank. Some of his claw swipes have armor on them, so he's literally going to be able to shred through opponents' attacks.
デンジャーは、体のいろんな部分をですね武器に変形して戦うことができるキャラクターです。
She's trained the X-Men over years through battle simulation. So as a zoner in this game, she's going to set up so many traps that her opponents are going to feel like they're running an obstacle course.
You have a literal training dummy. That's crazy.
トレーラーの冒頭では新たに紡がれるマーベルユニバース闘魂オリジナルストーリーの映像を含めさせていただきました。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ20キャラクターのプレイヤブルを実装しまして2026年8月6日に発売いたします。
Pre-orders open next week, so please check out our variety of editions and goodies, and we can't wait to share with you some more info.
Please check it out and stay tuned.
Oh shit, I'm right. It is God of War. This is the Ascension thing that you were talking about?
Zeus! Your son has returned.
Oh, this is a remake. It's probably a remake. That was a trilogy. Okay, yeah, it's a remake. It's a remake, guys. It's a remake.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, people? It is OGTC. That's right, the original God of War. Yeah, I'm back, baby. And I'm thrilled to bring you some exciting news about the series today, starting with that teaser that you just saw, yeah? Now look, we are happy and excited to finally confirm that, the Greek trilogy remake is now in development. Yeah, man, I know. Sit down. Now look, this project is still in the early stages, so it'll be a minute before we get back to share another update, right? But I'm telling you, next time we come back, we coming with something big, baby. Yeah. And in addition, since we're approaching the last few months of God of War's 20th anniversary year, we couldn't let it close without one last surprise. Now, this announcement is a passion project that will let you experience God of War's signature brutal combat, rewarding exploration, and heartfelt storytelling like you've never heard it before. I'm telling you.
I like that.
That's all you get. So, thank you for 2 strong decades of support, and we can't wait for you to see what we've got cooking to keep the next 20 years surprising, fresh, and fun as hell to play. Yeah, all right, you can watch it now. Go. Why are you still here? Go. Go!
Before I was a father. Before I was a god. I was a Spartan.
Spartans! Our duty is to Sparta. Fear is a reaction. Courage is a decision. Press your attack! Don't relent! Never on our backs! Never left behind!
Wait, what is
Always
this?
united!
The legendary saga of gods and monsters, of tragedies and triumphs, of destruction and redemption begins here.
Heroes, be ready for Sparta!
Let's go. Hello.
This is only the beginning.
I use yellow, yeah. Well, I missed most of it, so I'm not too mad upset. I did miss most of it. It's alright. That was fun. That was fun. Hold on. Currently, let's go. That was fun. Alright, we can move on from our own thing. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Now, since I touched that, I gotta go to all of them. Alright, guys. That was interesting, nonetheless. What do you guys think? Think it was awesome? I think it was pretty fun. But not all that great. I don't think I was... well, then again, I came late, so I can't say much. What came before and after. Alright, let's see. Let's go back to the thing. That's over. Everyone's just in the chat in there. They say L. Everyone's saying L. Everyone's upset. Everyone in the chat's upset. What the fuck? Shit. Oh well. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, AAA. Yeah. Let's see here.
It's like AAA gaming wants to die. It's like they have a death wish. We're going to talk about a couple of stories this morning that indicate that this is one of the most self-destructive scenes in entertainment. Yeah, so Highguard, remember that? That was the live service game that they hyped up at the Game Awards, and it came and went, crashed and burnt. Yeah, well, they're laying off almost all their staff. Already like 2 weeks after the
That's
damn thing
crazy.
came out.
Oh shit, that's not good.
It's insane. So that's one story. So this was a huge disaster. They spent a lot of money on this game. They made a bunch of promises they couldn't keep. They made announcements prematurely, I think. They didn't have time to let this game cook because they had to make their money back, and now they're going to lose a metric ton of money. And now we have Ubisoft. Ubisoft employees going on strike as Ubisoft is literally shutting down studios because they cost too much.
What?
I mean, seriously, take a moment to process the sheer stupidity of this. We don't have enough money to pay you guys to keep these studios open. Now is the perfect time to go on strike and ask for more money.
Dumbass. Dumbass move.
AAA Gaming wants to die. AAA Gaming has a death wish. And then all these people are going to be at the Game Developers Conference next year literally screaming about how they don't have any jobs when it was all self-inflicted. But maybe they won't be, because a lot of them won't go to the GDC because they're afraid of being deported or locked up in cages or some crazy shit. Like, it's just, it wants to die. Seriously, I don't. It reminds me of the Upper Class Twit Awards from Monty Python. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand the mindset here. Let's make games that are designed to fail and then act shocked when they fail. Let's spend way too much money and burn all that money and then be shocked when we get shut down. Let's go on strike when it's very obvious our company is cutting back on expenses and we just put a huge target on our heads. You know, I'm like, what are you doing? I don't think they know what they're doing. And I think this is the problem. The fundamental problem with the video game industry right now is we have a whole lot of people working in this industry who don't understand. They're supposed to be programmers. I mean, I think really there's probably like 3% programmers and 97% bloat at this point. But these people just fundamentally do not understand economics, how things work. And nor do they understand what gamers actually want, what the public actually wants. And so Darwinism has paid a visit to the AAA gaming industry of the last 2 years. So let's talk about this before we get into it any further. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, Geeky sitting this one out. Hey, if you want to pick up the copy of Crimson Wren, the hardcover book we did a couple of years ago, we are doing another run on that. Very limited window of opportunity here, but if you want to pick up a copy of it, you can on Kickstarter. You've got about a day and a half. So there you go. And we've also got some new perks, including some D20 trading cards. We've got some prints, stickers, pins, that sort of thing. These perks were not offered the first time around, but check it out. Check it out on Kickstarter. Thank you very much for the support. So, yeah, let's talk about Highguard first. Most of Highguard's studio has been laid off, says former dev. Wildlight confirms cuts. This comes from IGN. Layoffs hit Wildlight Entertainment just weeks after the game launched. See also Concord. Layoffs have hit the development studio Wildlight Entertainment, makers of the recently released multiplayer shooter Highguard. This comes just 2 weeks after the free-to-play game's January 26th launch. Former senior-level designer Alex Grainer posted on LinkedIn, unfortunately, along with most of the team at Wildlight, I was laid off today. You always find out from LinkedIn or Blue Sky, don't you? While the number of people who were laid off has not currently been confirmed, the studio's LinkedIn page says it was 50 to 200 employees. Wildlight's official X Twitter account confirmed the layoffs with the statement reading, "Today we made an incredibly difficult decision to part ways with a number of our team members while keeping a core group of developers to continue innovating on and supporting the game.
Good
We're
evening.
holding out
What's
for a
going on?
sale. We're hoping somebody buys our studio so we can at least make some money back on this, right? I mean, look, I feel bad for the people who got laid off, but it is like corporate suicide what these companies are doing and what these devs are doing. It's like everybody but the people working at the companies could see what was going to happen. You know, it's like next thing it'll be like, Ubisoft employees are so sad they all got fired. They don't understand why. On Blue Sky, there it is. Matt Piscatella from Circana, which tracks game sales and engagement, highlighted Highguard debuted in the top 10 in weekly active users on Steam, was the top 20 on both US PlayStation and Xbox, and yet, according to Steam database, Highguard reached a peak concurrent player count of 97,000 on PC via Steam on release day and experienced a sharp decline with only 4,524 players 2 weeks after launch. Yeah, that's not sustainable. Grainer also said, this one really stings as there was a lot of unreleased content I was really looking forward to that I and others designed for Highguard. While it initially had 3v3 competitive mode, a 5v5 mode was also implemented just days after release due to player reception to the small scale of the original
crazy.
mode. Yeah, the team revealed a content roadmap on launch day that included updates with new items, modes, characters, etc., 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 etc. They're going to support the game. They say that. And then next thing will be like, oh, wildlife is, I want to say wildlife. Wildlight is ending support for this game. That'll be the next headline in like 2 months because, you know, I think what they're going to try to do is see if they can find somebody else to bankroll it. But see also that fighting game from Riot. Was it 2XKO? Yeah, that thing failed miserably too. I think gamers are over the live service game thing. I mean, we've got
tanking.
Fortnite. We don't
People are
really
stupid
need a
enough
whole
to
lot
go
more.
strike
And
when
Fortnite,
there's no
Fortnite
money.
is trying to be every game for everybody at this point, every character ever. But players don't want these games.
How do I look tired?
Because I mean, it's not even, you're not even buying a game. You're renting
How do I
time
look
on
tired? That doesn't make
a
sense.
game that could disappear tomorrow. It's no different than a mobile app. I remember we put a
So
whole
yeah,
bunch
they're
of time,
technically,
myself and my wife, into. I know it sounds kind of dumb.
Trying to go
but
strike
the, Puzzle Fighter
when there's no money to
mobile
strike
game.
for.
Remember the Puzzle Fighter mobile game? Yeah, we're buying gems. We're doing that whole thing. She used to play Disney Tsum Tsum
You know,
too.
I'm gonna
That
change
one's
the
still
po-
around.
The positioning.
But Puzzle Fighter disappeared. That was it. Really. So all that money we spent on gems, yeah, you can't get that back. So I think a lot of people are like, "There's no guarantee
That has
this
nothing
game
to
is
do
going to
with
be
being
around.
tired.
So why should I
That's
sink
just the
any
camera
time or
being
money
stupid.
into it?"
I can't do
And it
nothing
was
about
undercooked and a lot of other
It's
issues,
annoying.
right? So speaking of undercooked, let's talk about the minds, the brains of the people working at Ubisoft.
Take away
I think their
this.
brains are not fully developed yet
thing we'll do is
because
put
this is the
this.
dumbest shit you could possibly do
Let me, like,
at this juncture,
hair will be
right?
this way.
Ubisoft just laid a bunch of people off. They're doing this thing with Tencent. They're punting
Yeah.
a lot of their
Yeah.
IP that still has a chance, I guess, at making money over this Tencent venture. And they shut down some studios, including the studio I think that made
I don't know how to draw the
Star
back
Wars
of the head
Outlaws,
for
which
him,
was a huge
but I'll see
failure.
if I can do it.
So now,
Pretty sure it's not that.
now
difficult.
everybody's going on strike.
I'll see if I can do it.
So-
Draw the back of the head for
What the fuck is wrong with you? You should be happy you have a job at all at this point. I don't get it. You're done. Like, this is it. At this point in time, they're going to look at all you guys and be like, you know what? We need to cut some more costs. And
Yep.
you've made it incredibly easy.
Yep.
All right, this is coming from gamesindustry.biz. At least 1,200 Ubisoft workers strike in response to recent restructuring.
You know what?
Three-day
No,
international
that's too
strike is
easy.
underway at
That's
Ubisoft
too
in
easy of a
response to
pose.
recent
We have to get
restructuring
something
with
like
at least 1,200 employees taking part yesterday.
Something with.
I cannot pronounce the names of these people. Mark Rutzschley, Solidaris Informique union representative
We need to
at
find a
Ubisoft
pose that's a
Paris,
lot better than that.
confirmed the participation numbers to gamesindustry.biz. He noted that the strike mostly took place
Yelling
in
at
France
someone.
with
What?
additional activity at Ubisoft Milan. Well, guess what? They'll move Ubisoft out of France and they'll move it to Texas or something. That's what's probably going to happen. The strike is running from February 10th to February 12th.
I doubt I can find something like that.
All right. So they said they initially held a protest on January 22nd, saying it was an answer to the absurdity of management's decisions. Further actions were planned,
no.
including the current strike. On January
That's too
21st,
specific.
Ubisoft announced its final round of cost cutting, which include the closure of several studios and the cancellation of 6 games. So yeah, let's go on strike. Sure, that sounds like a great idea. They're cutting costs. They're firing people. They're shutting down studios. Let's go on strike.
Yeah,
The
that's
company
not
is
a very smart thing to
continuing
do.
its cost reduction and layoff plan. Our teams are already working under pressure, understaffed. After several years without pay raises, that's probably true. That's probably true. Very small increases. We understand that once again, employees will not receive a raise this year. Did you miss the part about where they were losing massive amounts of money on their games? And they're shutting down studios and firing people to save money. Did you miss that? Did you miss the part where they had to beg on bended knee to get
I'm
10
so
cents
sorry about that, my
to
dude.
invest in them. Did you miss the part where their stock was worth about $1 or $2? I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't know where these people come from, where they went to school. Like, I'm sorry. These people, they look at these companies, and yeah, and a lot of
look
cases,
at them
I think
cash
there's
cows.
massive corporate greed, and I agree the CEOs get paid too much and all that, right? And I think if a company does very, very well, that they should reward their employees that, help them do very, very well. But also, employees look at like gross revenue and they think that that's all money that can be spent on them, and that's not the case. There's a lot of stuff going on. And a lot of it's a smoke and mirrors, a song and a dance for the investors to get people to invest more. But this company is failing. This company is failing.
sure
You
you'll
should be
do
lucky
fine.
you have a job at all. I worked
Just
at a
try
failing
not to
company one
sneeze too
time, and
hard.
I could tell you there were signs. Right? They moved the Christmas party to February to save money. I'm not even kidding. So they didn't call it a Christmas party. They called it a winter festival or some crazy shit like that. But it was in February because the venue they rented was a lot cheaper in February than it was in December. They stopped giving us free coffee. There's no more free coffee. They started cracking down on what everybody was doing every day, every week. Like, you had to account for every damn minute, because what they're doing is they're looking to see what you did, if you brought any value to the company. And that year, I do remember, nobody got a raise. You're lucky to be there. And that's the situation Ubisoft is in right now. You're lucky to be there. I don't
I
understand.
may have
this
to make up my
mindset.
own pose.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, I may have to make up my own pose.
This is coming from
not gonna
Reddit.
work. Okay.
This is coming from Reddit with the flag and bio.
So
Soon, Ubisoft will announce 1,200 layoffs included in the restructuring. Yeah. I really doubt France allows for firing protesting workers. They set companies on fire for less. This is not America. This person here, 100%. They're a dying company. At that point, they just shut the whole studio down in France. I know if I was the CEO, I'd be gutting around 70% of staff. Yeah, they aren't firing 1,200 protesters. They're shutting down a branch office while relocating the top 15 performers to other studios. Exactly. That's why they're taking their top performing IP and they're moving it to the other company that is not Ubisoft. Right? They're snatching what they can from the fire and they're letting the rest of it burn down. Any employee not in the protest is a casualty as well, because they aren't valuable enough for Ubisoft to care about making extra effort for them unless they're high enough up the food chain to be worth a token effort. Yeah. What are you even saying? There's more than one studio in France. Then you should never hold a position of power. Sociopath. He is correct. Or she. This is how companies think. Right? This is, I mean, I would love to know what this person does for a living, because I'm sorry, if your company is like, hey, we're flat ass broke, you're like, cool, I want more money, you will be shown the door. Most of the employees that work at Ubisoft just want a steady job and a chance to make cool games, and they're always the ones who have to suffer the consequences of bad management decisions. I feel for them, and I hope they can start to turn the ship around. Don't worry, the strike will be over soon once they realize they have to pay $19.99 for fair wages DLC. That's awesome. Yeah, this person, this is correct. 2025 was a bloodbath for the industry, and 2026 won't be any better. I just completed 1 year unemployed. I'm sorry. After 10 years of a successful career as a character artist.
Yep.
And that's the thing. People, the money's not there, guys. It's just the money's not there. And I think a lot of it, I'm going to be honest, beyond the overspending. And we're seeing this right sizing across the board in Hollywood. We just talked about animation. Sony canceled a movie. It was done by Rebecca Sugar and was it Matt Braley, the guy who does Amphibia and like the Tumblr era of cartoons, right? Love them or hate them. And I think the studios are looking at all the money that has been lost.
Yeah, the Tumblr era of cartoons is dead. That shit is
now
gone.
they're going to be a lot more cautious about what they greenlight, because they're like, we literally cannot afford to lose any money. Ubisoft stock was like, again, $1 or $2. Come on. 10 cent was a Hail Mary pass for them. Now is not the time. I always say it, and I know people get sick of it, but you don't ask daddy for a pony when he just got laid off. And there are a lot of daddies here that are going to get laid off. I know how the game is played. No pun intended. And the commenters in this Reddit thread are completely Correct. They will get fired.
So he's turning like this.
You will get fired. I mean, and I think what's going to happen is we're not going to see any more high guards. We're not going to see any more shit like this because it doesn't perform. I think we're going to see smaller teams, which I am all for. My favorite games of all time were developed in a lot of cases by a team of like a dozen people at the most, or maybe 20 people. That's all you really need.
I already predicted this. Like the year of the
indie, I don't think we're going to have as much AAA stuff bloat as we've had. And let's be honest, there are a whole lot of reasons. The cost of the games, the cost of the hardware required to run the games, the fact that it takes 10 damn years for the game to come out.
Yeah, no more of that.
And people right now, they can't even afford to upgrade their computers because the RAM's like $1,000 for 64 gig or some crazy amount of money. So I think we're kind of stuck at the current level of technology. So we don't need AAA games like this right now, right? Just give us another Power World. Give us another, I guess Helldivers is kind of double A, but you know what I'm saying? So there it is. Good luck with all that. I think this is officially the end of AAA gaming. This is my opinion, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to wrap it up. Again, check out Crimson Ren on Kickstarter if you're so inclined. We're going to leave this open for a little while yet, but you can still get in before it officially closes. Check it out. Thank you very much, and we'll talk later.
All right. We got that video out of the way. What is next on the agenda? Where are we going with this? This is a full course. I'm trying to get. Okay, I'm trying to get trying to finish this animatic in time. There's a Dragon Ball animatic. Gotta put Broly in there again. This one's a Broly episode, everyone. Let's see. Now the Broly again. They're all fired. It's over. Ooh. I'll watch a little bit of that. Yep. Gotta draw Broly in that same scene again. So I gotta make it make sense. We got Rio in the building. Let's go, Rio.
Cheeks pull back to return that. Oh, in life I know there's no guarantees. Before I talk to you, I rehearse it. I can't fuck this up, it ain't worth it. Oh, come and lay your love on me. All I want, all that I want is your body since it's been so long, ever so long since I let a man hold me. And now I see I ain't gonna leave, baby, what you want from me? Ask it, you shall receive. Can't see that I'm alive. Oh, and I hope we stand the test of these times. Though T's and C's apply. Oh, when you smile, I feel like I earn that, and my cheeks pull back to return that. Oh, in life I know there's no guarantees. Before I talk to you, I rehearse it. I can't fuck this up, it ain't worth it. Oh, come and lay your love on me. Now
Nice.
Raise my price.
Oh,
Not
this is
tell me twice. Don't wanna roll no dice. I want this man on my side. Right hand, come in with those eyes.
Granny.
I fall to my knees, asking you shall I'm just asking, babe. Oh Lord, what I want is your body since it's been so long since let a man hold me. Now I see, I ain't gonna leave. Tell me what you want from me.
Alright, laters.
You shall receive, yeah.
This is the angel one. Wait, no, it's angel with hands. Oh my gosh. Okay, not a lot of people go with that cosplay. Okay, cool. Is that the... Oh no, that's not the one.
You're in my blood and you're in my veins, and you're appearing in every face. So out of earth, I'm in outer space, caught up in my dreams, but I'm wider awake. Footsteps are following me all night long. Spirits are calling on me. Something's wrong. Can't shake up my emotions. Way too strong. Heart is underground, and I feel you all around. Everywhere I go, I'm haunted by your ghost. You stay on my mind. Can't help but keep you close. Oh baby, everywhere I go, I'm haunted by your ghost. You're the one I love, and I feel the most Keep having visions I can't control. I close my eyes just to feel your soul. It's in the air, and I think you know that if I never stop, I might overdose. Footsteps are following me all night long. Spirits are calling on me. Something's wrong. Can't shake up my emotions. Way too strong. Heart is underground.
Ew. Ew, bro. Ew. Yep, I know. Yes, yes, he heard me. I said ill to that, yes. Yeah. Kinda is not me actually good. Kinda is okay. Yeah, it's just kinda good. No, I didn't say it's bad. It's kind of good. Maybe I should have Maybe I should change my slider name. Hey, what's going on? How goes it? I think I play like that. Ooh, a Vash the Stampede cosplay. Let's go, Vash. This actually looks cool. That's actually cool. Now, a lot of people... That's a cool one. I want to go back. Go back. That was actually cool. We got Vash, bro. Let's go. That's an actually cool one. It's really good. You get mutton chops? Did you get... What the fuck? Did you get... Did you... What the fuck? Did you give him mutton chops? The fuck? Why did you give him mutton chops? He doesn't have mutton chops. I know you're a chick, but goddamn. Like, why did you give him mutton chops? That's so weird. No shit. I don't know, those mutton chops are weird. They don't put mutton chops on Nero like that. Not Nero, what's his name? Is it Nero? I think it's Nero. No, that's a woman. That was a lady. I think that's why they put the mutton chops. I think. I'm not sure. Where's the Ice King? I don't know. Hello. Hello, Self. Hello. Cute. Ubo! We got Ubo. I'm doing an animatic. Yeah, no heavies? Wait, no heavies? Yeah, no heavies? Hold up. I didn't see it. I wasn't paying attention. Hold up. No, I don't think Ubo has a bunch of heavies, to be honest. I think she's kind of like normal size, to be honest. Nah, I don't think she has a lot of heavies, to be honest. If we're trying to be accurate with the character, I don't think he's very heavy. But something like Bernice and Nicole has the heavies. Research time. I think she's normal size. We got average size build, I think. Is that like a Is that a pen? Is that a pen with Bowser? Yeah, I had a feeling. Given her anatomy, I'm pretty sure she's like a normal sized chick. She's a normal sized chick. Think. I think context clues on the screen. Just a regular Nami. Yoko! Got Yoko. You're concerned that people are cosplaying? You should leave then. You should just leave then. Do you know what cosplaying is? Yeah, be specific. Like, what the fuck? Whoa, scary cosplay. Oh my god, I don't know what to do. Oh, no shit. No, we're just spying on people in the convention. What? Is it a show? No, we're just spying on people from my house into the convention in their nice cosplays with dynamic poses and shit in slow motion. The fuck? Like... Spy bot alert. We have our infiltration units in the different areas, right? If you have never seen it before, why are you concerned then? Then why are you concerned? You know, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you're in a chat and a live stream where other people are watching, and you're the only one concerned. Let me guess, did you ever play Concord? Then watch first. Use context clues. Instead of assuming shit. The fuck? Use your eyes. Like, Halloween exists. Yeah, right? Like, you haven't seen a cosplay before. Like, what the hell? I think what's happening is as soon as they walk in, they see a woman and then be like, oh shit, this must be Gunnar shit. And then they see the Zorro right after and they're like, what is this? The fuck? No, you have to pay for that, bro. I don't do free requests. Like, I don't know why you guys do that. You guys walk into a stream, you see something you're not really sure of. How about use context clues, patience, and just watch a little bit? So, like, it doesn't make any sense. And then you guys say, I'm concerned. This is probably Gunnar. Because you see the one chick that's probably in that one cosplay. Like, Jesus Christ. And then there'll be like 5 other men shirtless, and you guys don't say a goddamn thing. But as soon as you see chick, oh my god, this must be some weird shit. What the fuck? You saw how pussified everyone is. That's just weird. Like, it'll be the same people who would support the slut walk will be the same people who have a problem with you watching a cosplay video of a bunch of people in cosplay who probably look attractive and say you're a Gunnar. The same people who will be support of the slut walk will be the same people who have a problem with you drawing an attractive person. That shit is crazy. And no, I'm not saying you specifically, Hannah. I'm just saying, just in general, a lot of people do that. I'm not picking on you specifically, but I'm just using it as an example. Like, I don't know why people do that. Just wait a second, watch the video, and make a synopsis after the first 5 minutes. But you guys can't do that. It has to be the first 30 seconds. Yeah. The whole walk, yeah, pretty much the whole walk, slut walk. I think Amber Heard started that. It was called slut walk. I don't know if they still do that anymore. I don't think a lot of people do that anymore. But it was a thing in 2018, I believe. It's just a bunch of bitches and probably even gay men and just horrible women and I guess horrible simp men who are okay with women doing a slut walk where it's kind of like the LGBT parade thing, but it's a bunch of women half naked who are usually not that pretty walking down the parade trying to show their attractiveness when they're really not half the time. I wonder what reaction. Ooh, you know what? That's a good question. No, I think I've seen one person on these videos did that before. They're supposed to be in support of people who do sex work or some shit. But most of them are really unattractive and horrible individuals. And they'll bring their children to something so vulgar as that. But those same people will have a problem with you if you draw an anime girl. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, that's a thing, Hannah. That's a thing. You can look it up. You can type it in right now. Put in slut walk. It'll be a thing. Amber Heard? No, Amber Rose started that shit. Yeah. Type in slut walk. Type in the slut walk, and then you'll see it. I said Amber Heard. I meant Amber Rose. Amber Rose started it. That bald woman. She's bald. She used to go out with Kanye West. She started the slut walk. We have had a few people pop on stream and call us good. Yeah, I know. Most of them they're just either children or they're not really that smart. Hell, I'm new. Hello, Marmar. Marmar. In fact, that art tells Hannah what happens when you draw a woman. Yeah, I do it. Like, when I draw a woman, you guys gooner. But when I draw something like Broly or something shirtless, you guys don't say a goddamn thing. It's crazy. Oh, Mama. Yeah. I am working on an animatic. Yep. Got some nice songs. Okay, so the hand. Okay, I think. Yep, they usually have their names in the corner. Hey, thank you, Nightshade. I appreciate that. Really cool. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Maybe I should change the arm position. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Right, and do it over again. Excuse me. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to sneeze in your ears. Sorry about that. Trying to find the best pose for this situation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we good, we good. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Ah. Oh, snap. Is that Sephiroth? Sephiroth, female Sephiroth? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I feel like this one. This is amazing. Cute. Actually, a Jinx that's not ugly. Oh god. Stop him. Okay, let me see. In the rough, right? Maybe I'm looking at this part wrong. Okay, so this part is good. I like this part where the gears comes in. But the problem I'm having is that never needed much, but I know now what I find in love is so wild. Sugar on my lips like the rain again. Oh, it's okay. Okay, he's censored. Maybe it's too tight. The moss of the pen. Ah, Nurse Joy. I'm going for Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy. Best pick right now. I think I do research. Okay, so. Jane Doe, let's go. Right? Where's the Brock cosplay when you need it? Every time I see any Sonic cosplay, it's always women. It's always women. It's always women. I don't know. It's always Sonic cosplay. Ever rarely I see men. If it is a man, it's usually in a mascot outfit. But when it comes to like being creative, it's always the women. What is up with that? They love their Sonic. Yeah, you're right. They love their Sonic. It's crazy. We know why. Oh. Okay, Shadow, I see you. Shadow. Is that Robotnik? What the hell? His Sonic suit. Oh my gosh. I'm becoming a Sonic fan right now. What the fuck? Yes. Maybe not Robotnik. I'm also a Clankers JP. Clanker.
I need some help. I need you to take me. I need you to take me higher. All my life, I've been praying, I've been waiting for a sign. Chasing heaven.
Yo, is this Batman Beyond? Let's go. Wait, is this Batman Beyond? Yeah, it's Batman Beyond. Hey, McGinnis. Hey, hey. Let's go, Rogue. Let's go, Rogue. Storm, let's go, bro. Storm? No, is it Storm? I think it's Storm, but I think it's Storm. Yeah, Storm. Yeah. I can't figure out the outfit. It's kind of insane. For some reason, yeah. Yeah, you know.
I need you to take me higher. All my life, I've been praying, I've been waiting for a sign. Chasing heaven, but I'm never.
Also, I heard that Wolverine. I heard that Storm. Are you serious? That can't be true. What? Really? Yeah, look that one up later. I'm gonna look that up later. Never heard that one. Better stop that vehicle. Oh, Rocket Raccoon got the headers! Rocket Raccoon got the headers! Let's go! Yeah. Damn. Penny. Penny. Oh my god, Silent. Let's go! Let's go, Lil.
Tears gone cold and wondering why. Could I live bad at all? Morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see it all. Even if I couldn't, all be great. Put your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Tears gone cold and wondering why. Could I live bad at all? Morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see it all. Even if I couldn't, all be great. Put your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad.
Wait, let me see. Yeah.
Not so bad, 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 not so bad.
Zenyatta! Let's go, bro! The Artemis. Wait, back up! Wait. Yo, this goes the shadow. The shadow, I just saw he's in the back of his Zenyatta. Flex, yeah. Ooh, Storm. Okay, I see you. Okay, Storm. Except he's doing the walk. Are you from? Oh, Nikkei, okay. You're from Nikkei. Guts! Let's go, bro. Yep, it is. Is that Mirko? You know, I wonder how one feels to cosplay. Like, for real, if y'all here, I'm telling you, you out here dressed like Griffith, you a piece of shit. You's a piece of shit. Yeah, I'm really doing this. Thicker than that thigh muscles. Always a good time when see Mirko cosplay, right? You're right, Mikey. Oh, this one got censored. Damn, she must be super revealing for this censor. Hey, Mikey. Come on, bud. Right? Oh my god. That'll go viral and get hate for all the wrong reasons at the same time, probably. Hey, Mikey, what you doing, bud? How you doing, bro?
What? Sorry, just quickly.
Ooh.
What if it's the James Hype remix?
That's supposed to be. Wait, was that supposed to be Toji? I'm so sorry. Was that supposed to be Toji? You think Hisoka, Orochimaru, Bondrewd, Griffith, Sho Tucker, Zoken Matu, and then Shinji Mato. Yeah, it was, but he was need more muscle. More she, that's a she, I think. I think that's a woman. If you know the ASUS, you know what's insane to pick one. ASUS? What do you mean? Oh my.
A piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough.
This is my first time I see someone actually like dress up as that character from from League of Legends? I mean, oh, it's from League of Legends, I guess, but also from Arcane. I can't take it seriously. I can't take it. It looks so ridiculous. That's so funny. Vegeta and the Lorax. Vegeta the Lorax. Oh my god, looks like if Roshi was a Super Saiyan. Ooh, Pizzica. Chubsta. Go. Damn, okay. Is this Miku? Are you Miku? I think you're Miku, right? No, from Black Raw Star. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. I thought it was Miku. I don't think our colors is a straight black. I think it's like a black and like navy blue, like a dark navy blue. Yodoichi, let's go. Let me continue that. Cherries on her head. Oh my god. I don't know how heavy that is. Let's go, Echo. Let's go, bro. Hey. Hollow, the form rubber of a problem seems like it's some bone, like cross consuming. Yeah, most likely. You might be right on that. You might be actually really right on that. What? Where? No, go back! A short stack Jane Doe? Where? Oh, let's go! A short stack Jane Doe. Dreams are made, fellas. Dreams are made. Holy shit. If you pray for it, it will come. Holy shit. A short stack Jane Doe? Oh my god, bro. Like, shit. Let's go. Guys were swapped. Yeah, I think Jane Doe is actually relatively tall, right? She's like, wait, hold on. Let me check. She's like, Jane Doe is like, wait, hold on. Jane Doe height. Can we get much higher? She's 5'7", actually. I think that chick we just saw, she's looked like she's 5'3", 5'2". 5'3", 5'2", most likely. Maybe at max 5'4". I'll say like 5'3", 5'2". Good estimation. I've never seen anyone dress up as any of the characters from Gadgard. So sad. Or Dot Hack sign. I don't think I've ever seen a cosplay from Dot Hack. I've seen SAO, but I've never seen Dot Hack cosplay. Yeah, that'll be a first. Like, I have not seen one. How about No Game No Life? I've seen one or two. I've actually seen one or two. And not even from the Japanese side. I've seen only one or two. But I've never seen Dot Hack. I've never seen maybe from Tales? No. Yeah. No, I've never seen anyone dressed from anyone from Dot Hack or Dot Hack series. Are you supposed to be at those Temu things? Oh, Labubu or whatever the fuck? I don't understand the hype behind this thing. Like, can someone explain to me why Labubus are supposed to be popular? They're like minions, but just well, I would say they are ugly in their own way. But like, they're like a minion, but Chinese. They're like Chinese minions. What is the appeal of these little things? I don't understand. I don't see anyone that I personally know have these. Like, it feels like it's ironic. Like, it's just marketing for the sake of marketing. Like, someone's like steamrolling this IP for some odd reason, trying to make you think people are actually buying this. Definitely something bad force behind it. Really? You think so? That's not good.
'Cause I just gotta get you out my mind, out of my mind. Don't know what you want, I need you. Don't pick up the phone.
Yeah, I can, but you gotta pay for that. I don't do that for free. Oh, so you don't mean like a capitalist thing? You mean like a spiritual thing? Yeah, sorry, Christine. Ooh, beautiful. I see a lot of teenagers with those lounges and travel. Really? What the fuck? Must be big in the UK. Thank you. I like this one. Yeah, this is beautiful. This is a beautiful cosplay from Guilty Gear. That one chick with the I think she has the the Grim Reaper on one side and the Angel on the other. I forgot her name. It's it starts with Queen Dizzy, I think. Yeah. Beautiful. She got censored. Hello, let's go. Gambling? Let's go. Gambling. Okay, I read that right. Zorro! Hey, Yoro. Let's go. Again. The heaviness is about 60% for now. Bear. Oh my god, let's go, bro. Yo, she bro, what is this? Yo, bro, right? Someone asked earlier, where's the Dante and Virgil cosplays? We got it. We got him, boys. We got the we got the Dante one. Holy shit! SSS cosplay. Let's go. Yo, show the underboob Dante. Let's go. Just like, how did this not get censored? How did that not get censored? What were the other girls wearing for them to get censored? That's crazy. I wonder if that's a wig. That must be a wig. That has to be a wig. That's way too bleach white. That has to be. Pull my devil trigger. Now I only did the dance. Let's go. God damn. God damn. God damn.
Caught up in these headlines, a million thoughts run through my mind. Will you stay with me?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Oh, let's go, 2B. Is it 2B or B2? I always feel like I'm saying it wrong. I think it's 2B. B2, okay. I thought it was 2B. I keep saying it wrong. B2, okay. Don't question it. We can always do research on them, right? 2B? A2. Okay. Oh, wrong. It was just, yeah, most of them are. Oh, that's what's her name? It's big enough, right? Turn it down like this. Let's go, squirrel girl! Think, Mark, think! Nice and okay. Right? So many. Oh, Genshin? Oh, this is Hokai. Okay. That shit looks heavy. It looks like it's bending just enough for it not to break, but it looks like it could break at any moment. The way she's holding it, the styrofoam and all the plastics must be like bending for it to spin. That looks about to rip off. I'm gonna feel bad if that thing rips off. She better keep that in check. That's gonna look like crazy. Look at it, you can see it bending. You see that? Oh my god. I give it to her. She did a great job on it. God. Ah! If you go all out. Yeah, they go all out. Oh my god. I think tonight I'm gonna put in the thing tonight. Yep, Diva's just going. Holy shit. Guilty crown. Wait, where are you from? Oh wait, you're from Demon Hunters, yeah. Nope. Face wow, best cosplay! Best cosplay! You can't tell me! This is the best cosplay! Yeah, just sit in the chair! Just sit in the chair, Senji. Just sit in the chair. Ah, best cosplay, hands down. Bro didn't have to do anything. He just had to bring a chair with him. The chair's amazing. Let's go, bro. I thought she would have slime, but them and realized something. We have a winner, right? We have a winner. Look at Cloud, looking good, my dude. Awesome, dude. Hey. Yo, they put a lot of work in their props. That is amazing prop. God, that probably was the... I'm pretty sure the prop took months to make than the actual clothing itself. Holy shit. Look at that. Look at the detail on that, bruh. Look at the detail on that, chat. That is crazy. Yo. Don't these people get sponsorships for doing things like this? Don't they? I'm pretty sure they do. Holy moly. Damn! Damn! Oh my god. The whole Marvel Rivals team is on the... Oh. This is beautiful. This is where dreams are made of, boys and ladies. This is what... Oh my god, this is amazing. Beautiful women, all of them. All of them are beautiful. Beautiful women. Amazing.
And action.
What the fuck are you doing? Better catch that vehicle. She should do this dance while saying, better catch that vehicle. That'd be funny.
And action.
Better catch that vehicle! Yo, she should do this dance in front of you. Mike, you don't know the meme. The Marco gloves. Oh, she actually made feet out of them. That's cool.
Oh my god.
I don't think people have put detail on the feet like that.
Here we are once again at Anime Expo. I am yet again like a cockroach that won't leave this earth.
The dance she is doing is a clip of Boy or a... Oh, fuck. I totally forgot about that dance. Is that short stack? Was that short stack Jane? Was that short stack Jane, bro? Let's go. I remember, you're that dude who likes to do that. Okay. Shouldn't be best. Goes hard, yeah. Yeah, and they look comfortable too. Another cosplay one.
Got me wrapped shot back down to earth.
It kind of feels that way. Wait, what the oh no, that's okay, he did the whole okay. Alright. We can do one more, or we can go to do some what the hell? We can do one more, or we can go and do some creepy pasta. Let's see. You know what? I think we can do one more, right? Let's look for Griffith cosplays. Sounds nice. Okay. So let's see. Let me find some. Oh, did you? Is this something that we can hear and read about? Like one of those reading ones, like how Griffith does? Let me see. God damn.
I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love it. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm going through a drought. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around since city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone.
What? Yes, they did. Oh, holy shit! Is that Galactus? Holy shit! Holy moly, that dude's huge. He must be on stilts. There's no way. Holy shit! Yeah, it has some good stills. Yes. Holy moly, I'll be scared, bro. Just in the corner like this. Holy moly, dude.
See the sun light up the sky, so I hit the road and overdrive, baby. Oh, the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your
Griffin before we getting to that part. Oh my god. Bro, he has to bend over to get to the door. That is huge! Dude, he is huge. You're definitely being seen by everyone. That's crazy. Look at that. That is crazy. Look at that cocky strut.
blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your
Yep. Yes. Oh, how amazing! A bunch of Godzilla just walking. Yes, she is. I'll make a sandwich. Oh. Aw. I saw that coming. I saw that coming. Oh my god. I'm picking the short one. I'm sorry, the short one wins. She's kind of lacking in the donk, but it makes it up for them. The small one. I'm sorry, I'm picking the small one. I'm picking the small one. I'm sorry. The small one wins. Yep. The art look closer. Oh, wait, okay, I'll look closer. Hold on. I did? Hold on, let me go back. Did I miss it? Yeah, here it is, there it is. Let me see. Oh shit! No, you're not wrong. Hold on, I got you guys. Okay. I didn't see closely enough. Hello, Highlander. Yeah, I didn't look closely enough. My bad. I retract my statement. I still picked the short one, but like, I retract my statement. Round. Oh, I always wanted. I wanted to play that, but like, I don't think I can play that on stream. I don't think I can play that on stream. Yes. I retract my statement. Is this Blade? Yeah, I think it's Blade. Yeah, Blade from Marvel Rivals. I assume it's Blade. Yeah, I know. I think it's an actual real Gluner game. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's legitimately a real Gluner game. Like a legitimate real Gluner game. Yeah. I am drawing Broly right now. It's part of the animatic I'm doing.
It's murder on the dance floor. But you better not kill the groove, DJ.
Uh-oh. Are you... Why does that feel like a friend zone kiss? Why did that felt like a friend zone kiss, bruh? I don't think that was I don't think that's his girlfriend. Hold up. Go back.
It's murder on the dance floor.
Look. She's coming in for the kiss, right? She sees it.
You better not kill the groove, DJ.
I don't know. They look alike. I'm not even gonna lie. They look like brother and sister. Friend zone. Yeah, I feel like this is a friend zone. I think they only did it for the cosplay. Yeah, I don't think that's your girl, bro. I don't think that's your girl. That's rough, buddy. Ah, fuck. Right? Just one more time. This is Emma Frost? Yeah, Emma Frost. Severance? Severance? I'm not familiar. Wait. I'm not familiar with this. Where are you from? Milkshake? Severance. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this. I've heard that. Yeah, if you're married to someone and you're with them like more than 10 years, you tend to look like them somehow. I think they do the same thing with dogs too. If you have a dog for a while, they tend to look like the dog. Nah, there's some people actually really go in and give like a legitimate kiss, and it looks natural and normal. You'd be surprised how much that happens. Like even like couples that are not even in the same franchises, they'll do that on chat on cam, and it looks like a normal kiss. Like oh, they look like boyfriend and girlfriend. They like each other. That looked like a friend kiss for the cosplay. That was only for the gram, bro. That looked like that was only for the gram, or she's pissed off at him. Either one of those things. Either you're friend zone or she's pissed off at you. That felt like for the gram, though. Silver has clothes. Is this a Ewok? Is that Ewok, right? Yeah, Ewoks. Sad gram kiss. Yeah, it's an Ewok. He's a cute Ewok. Ewoks. I'm not gonna lie. Let's just be honest. Majority of this cast, if was made by straight Westerners and not have the Asian influence, best believe they all would look like this. I best believe. Be honest. If this was made by Westerners exclusively, they will look like this. The whole cast. Let's call it for what it is. If it didn't have that East Asian Korean / like influence, fuck no. They all will look like this. Actually, quite frank, let's be honest. The boys will actually still be in shape. The girls will look like the pink-haired one, or the one in the purple sweater, or the light hot pink sweater. All the girls will look like the ones cosplaying as the Saja boys. Straight up. Kermit! Kermit! Yay! Yay! Kermit! Yay! Yay! Is this Starlight? I still didn't understand her powers. She just shoot like energy beams, right? That was it?
You better not steal the moves, DJ. Gonna burn this goddamn house right down. It's better on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, 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 it's murder on the dance floor.
Let's go.
Let's go. DJ, gonna burn this goddamn house right down. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, hey, it's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves, DJ.
That. All right, now he's looking down. Samus! Let's go, Samus. Let's go, hun. Take it off. Besto Genisto. Not bad looking Adam E. Spawn! Let's go, bro! Let's go, Spawn. That's so cool. You're not saying the character's name though. I don't know why they did it. Oh, there you go. Okay, she spawned. Is a she spawn? I don't know about there's a she spawn. If you're watching MSA to watch the channel, see something interesting here. Right? Where's the Concord characters? Good question. Guys, I actually looked at, you know what we were saying yesterday about if your characters are not likable, there'll be rule 34 of them. I actually typed in Concord rule 34. I could not find shit. You can literally look it up. I typed in rule 34 Concord. Did not pop up on Google Images whatsoever. But when I typed in rule 34 Overwatch, oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't find like one or two on Concord. I found absolutely zero. Absolutely zero. The closest thing to a Rule 34 of a Concord is if someone drawing the characters a lot more appealing. That's it. But other than that, I have not seen Rule 34 of Concord. That is crazy. I thought that was like, that's a joke type thing. There must be like one or two. No, there are not. And I typed that in Google Images. Absolutely none. That is crazy. Why were you curious? Because I was comparing, like, I remember we was watching that very thing when we was watching the Overwatch situation with the chick with the face and the voice actor talking about she mourned for the character. I was like, what the fuck is this? So I said, you know what? Because I was watching Demion talk about that after the stream was over, and I was like, you know what? Let me see if he was actually low-key true on that. So I typed in R34 Concord. Nothing popped up on Google. You can check yourself. Yeah, like, you can go check it up yourself. It was kind of surprising. I was so surprised by that. It was, like, fucking crazy. I think this is exactly what they want every Overwatch character to look like. I know that's that chick from Marvel. What's her name? She's like the new Black Widow or something. That shit was crazy. But as soon as you put in Rule 34 Overwatch or Marvel Rivals, oh my god. Like, I knew they existed, but I didn't know it existed like Cyclops. Oh, I thought she was in Jubilee's outfit, but I see Cyclops. I mean, some digital stuff. You guys look depressed. Wait, are you all boys? Wait, I think... Wait, are you all boys? I can't tell. Nope. That's what they know. I know how we can tell it how. Silk. They need to add silk to the game, honestly. Do the 1,000 years of death. 1,000 years of death. Let's see here. I don't know how animators do it. That's crazy. I don't know how they do it. I gotta get good at doing this. Cold Vein, let's go. Is the second one out yet or no? The new game of Cold Vein, is it out yet? Is Tron? Yeah, it's Tron. I think it's so nice that you can go with your wife. Take your wife out and do this. I think it's really nice to do this with your significant other. That's so awesome. That is so amazing. So you don't feel alone doing this shit by yourself. That is a great feeling to have. And they're just as nerdy as you. That's amazing. That's a gift given by God, bro. That's a literal gift by God, yo. It is? Okay, cool. I got like some good games. Oh no. You look like you kind of look like a they them. I don't know why. I think I did a good job making the what do you call it? The visuals look a lot more HD than it was before. Yesterday it was pixelated as fuck. What's there? Hold up. Oh wow. You're not wrong. Wow, a person actually went as a Star Wars Outlaws cosplay. Oh, you're shameless. Oh my god, you actually did that. I'm actually quite impressed. You got confidence. I give it to you on that one. That's actually quite impressive. That's actually quite impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Emergency food. Yep, you're not wrong. You actually are. You have a good point on that one. Right. Strike my shiny little ass. Yep. I find it very weird for Ozone to be holding this kid in his hand. I don't know why. This looks more weird than it is cute. I don't know why. Like, I get it. I think he watched the kids at one point, but still. Yeah. Never-ending story? Okay. Where's my super suit? Is this from Doctor Who? I'm guessing this is from Doctor Who. Yes, it's the Weeping Angels. Right? I find the cosplay scarier than the actual concept. How do I mean that in a mean way? I guess it did its job. Hold on, guys. I'm checking something. I'm not responding right away. Okay. He-Man looks so... He-Man looks so... Look at that hair, bro! Let's go! Look at... Why does it say Elon Musk and Raditz' hair? It looks like Elon Musk and Raditz' hair. What is this? From a distance, if you squint your eyes, you can see Elon Musk. Holy moly, bro. That's crazy. The hair, though. That looks heavy, though. Needs more height. Nappa needs more height. Bro really came as dressed like Storm. Bro really came in here and dressed like Storm. You see it? Okay, I'm not crazy. Oh, let's go with the Asta. Let's go, my bro. Awesome. Did you guys figure out the problem? Not gonna lie, you're probably the best looking Ahsoka I've ever seen. So far, if I've seen, you're the best looking Ahsoka. I'm not even a Star Wars fan, and I have a feeling that you're the best looking Ahsoka I've ever seen. Cosplay-wise. In the face, I'm saying. But, like, Jesus. You are not an ugly Ahsoka. Arcanine? Okay. Bro, I thought you was like a Timu-looking Sabretooth. Bro, I thought he was like a Team Sabretooth. I'm not kidding. I thought it was I literally thought it was Sabretooth for like a split second. Or like something from The Witcher. But like, Jesus Christ. Oh, the Princess Bride. Okay. No, Sabretooth.
Dude, I love your videos. Oh, guys, this is the cosplay, the guy who does all the cosplay videos I watch on YouTube.
I appreciate you watching my videos.
I didn't know that you knew that. I love your videos.
Thank you so much. Thank
oh
you.
my god, it's so cool to meet you.
Would you guys like to be in this video?
Yes, wait, but he does like he goes to cons all over the world, and he films cosplayers and he does like compilation.
That's so cool.
Hello. I love your content.
I don't know what it is about Emeru, but every time she speaks, I feel like she's at that like the girl next door with a super like nerdy like personality. I don't know what it is. The way she speaks. If you guys get what I'm saying, right? I'm not even saying that as a mean way. I don't mean that in the mean way at all.
It's so amazing.
Hey, what's up, Nathaniel?
Thank you. I'll tag you guys and everything.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
If you get what I'm saying, she has that the way she speaks.
Big fan of Mineral Blue over here.
Please don't forget me. Don't forget me. Please don't forget me. Don't forget me. Please don't forget me. Don't forget me. Please don't forget me. Don't forget me when I see you again.
That one dude to the bone. The tism. Yeah, the tisms. There you go. She got the tisms. I think that's the right term. The tizzies. I used to call it the Timmies. I literally used to call it the Timmies. I realized I was saying the wrong thing. Funny. Actually, this is just the teasies. Alright, we're gonna stop from here. Now we're gonna go and see what Griff is up to. I think it's time to hit the... What, is this a thing? It says 52 Toy Street Fighter Buzz Mod reveals Wonder Festival? It's only 3 minutes long. I don't know why I even call you Bri. Or where did I get that from? Oh, that's what we call him. His name is Bry. Bry close. But he goes under Ryu Sakurai. That's how we met him through TikTok. It was Bry close. I think I'm saying it right. But call him Bry. Mega Tizzy. Look at these cool toys. I'm not a big toy guy, but like I can appreciate art when I see it. This is only 3 minutes long. It's not that long. It's kind of cool. Guilty. Yee. Looks lovely. Looks nice. God damn, they got the heads. For real. Best choice I ever made, making him into a mod. Both him and Mikey. For sure here. They're my best male mods, both of them. Let's see here. Actually, no, I think I met Mikey on YouTube. No, I think I met Mikey on TikTok, but I think Mikey found me on. No problem, bro. I think Mikey found me on Instagram, but I met him on YouTube, I think, or Twitch. Yeah. Both Mike and Ryuga are mods. Yee. I have to change the eyes. I have to change the eyes placements. Interest. Broly. That's right. Oh, that's how his eyes are made. Okay, that's the whole video. It's only 3 minutes long. I was kind of interested on how that looked. Oh, wait. Hold up. I'm just curious to see this one. Wait.
All right, how's it going, folks? Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, these are just a dude doing reviews on this. Okay. Okay, let's go to the creepypasta stuff. Griff. Yes. What did I just say? Hold on. The extent of that ES is here and something of the ES. Let's see here. Okay. It was almost likely taken on notice. Let me see. So what we're gonna have here is it's going to be. It says here, this cutesy cat comic shocked me. Everything is fine. Explained.
Sam and Maggie are the ideal couple living in an ideal society. Sam brings home the bacon, and Maggie keeps the house nice and tidy along with her other wifely duties. And don't forget their furry companion Winston, who just seems so sleepy these days. everything is fine. And look at those giant cat masks, adorable. Everyone's pleasant here and safety is guaranteed with a camera at every corner. Be sure to put poison in your garbage before taking it to the curb to deter any pests. And if you see any suspicious activity with your neighbors, be sure to report it to the authorities immediately. Everything is fine. You may have a few questions like, why are their eyes glowing red? Why is there a distinct absence of children? And what the hell is going on in the neighbor's basement? Well, I suggest you forget all about it. Remember, everything is just fine. Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today we're going to be doing a deep dive on the webcomic Everything is Fine by Mike Burchell. I've seen this one suggested in the past, but was worried it would be a massive undertaking since there are 3 parts and each part has 30 episodes. On top of that, the comic is not complete as far as I can tell, and I wanted to do the whole thing. So I stupidly shelved it before I even gave it a chance. However, recently I made a post asking what you wanted me to cover, and Everything is Fine was the top suggested comic by quite a bit. Well, I have to thank you guys because I couldn't put it down, and honestly, it's become one of my favorite comics I've covered so far. I decided the best way to tackle this would be to do it in parts in the same way that the comic is divided up. Today, I'll be covering part 1, and if you guys really want me to, I'll do part 2 and 3 as well. So if you enjoyed this video, like and comment to let me know you want more from the series. A couple of notes about this comic before we get into it. This series can be very cryptic. It doesn't spell things out directly and leaves a lot of room for mystery. But when secrets and world-building lore are revealed, it is all the more satisfying. Honestly, I think the author uses what we don't know masterfully to keep the suspense high. So if you're a little confused at times, don't worry, there's some great payoff along the way. Secondly, this is the first comic I've covered from Webtoons, which has a unique format. The parts are called seasons and the chapters are called episodes, so that's why I'll use that language as we move through. Anyway, this intro is way too long, so let's get into the comic. This is Everything is Fine Explained, Part 1. So let's get into part 1 titled The New Forever. It begins with a man named Sam waking up on a beautiful day. He makes his way downstairs and finds his wife Maggie making some bacon, although it looks like she was daydreaming and burnt it to a crisp. Sam tells her he loves her and talks about how sweet she is. It's here we see Sam and Maggie's faces for the first time. Oddly enough, they seem to be covered in large cat masks. You know I love a good mask, but this just feels off. They have a lighthearted, stereotypical conversation about Sam's work. He's complaining about the grind, but says, I guess I have to play the game if I'm gonna get this promotion. Maggie questions this mentality, wondering if playing the game is really the best way. She says, you can play roulette all you want, but at the end of the day, who owns the casino? Obviously, she's hinting at something bigger than Sam's work, and after a brief pause, he simply answers in that 80s sitcom style, Hun, you know I'm no gambler, you silly Billy. He leaves for work and stops just short of the door and looks back at his wife, telling her the cryptic words, we need to forget. She tries to say more, but he harshly shuts her down and heads out. This kind of dialogue kind of feels very cryptic in itself, like he said. It feels like something I would have. This is the type of conversation you would hear in like Adventure Time or something. Adventure Time is known for doing things like this, being very cryptic in how they do things. This feels like something Cartoon Network would probably would greenlight as like a Adventure Time type thing. I don't know why. Initial conversation may be confusing, but trust me, this comic is well worth the subtle unraveling of its mysteries. Maggie decides it's time to feed their dog Winston. However, his food bowl is completely full. Either way, she dumps it out and refills it. She calls him to come eat, and we don't get a good look at him. He seems to be sleeping in his dog bed in the other room, unmoved by her voice. Maggie sits down to have a cup of coffee, and after looking at it, she sees what looks like a face appear. Then immediately throws the cup on the ground, saying, whoops, as if this was an accident. Once again, she calls Winston to come lick it up, and he refuses to move. Actually, seeing a little more of his body, are those flies around him? She continues to call his name, and we finally get a good look at the poor pup and find he's dead. His corpse rotting and face eaten by maggots. And that's how the first episode ends. It's a stellar opening to the series in my opinion. Something is horribly wrong, but we don't know what. Only that it seems like this couple is forced to pretend that everything is fine. So let's move into episode 2, Swings and Roundabouts. Maggie sits at a park in the rain staring at some empty playground equipment. Nearby, another woman sits doing the same, and they exchange a glance. Then she gets a call from Sam, and it seems like he doesn't want her spending time there. Later, Maggie does some shopping. The store is in pristine order, with every aisle perfectly stocked and security cameras at every turn. Maggie reaches for a can of tuna, the only one that happens to have Japanese characters instead of English, something she spots as unusual. As she looks at it, a man approaches her from behind, scaring the crap out of her. Turns out to just be her neighbor from across the street, Charlie. He asks about the tuna can after getting a look at the unusual label, but Maggie redirects the conversation, not drawing any attention to it. She asks him if he's been doing okay since she hasn't seen him around lately. He just says goodbye and leaves abruptly. As he leaves, Maggie notices that his cart has a large amount of aluminum foil in it. Weird. Back at home, Maggie unpacks the groceries when she's greeted by her next-door neighbors, Linda and Bob. They engage in typical small talk that feels completely generic and void of anything real. Then Bob invites Maggie and Sam over for dinner tonight. Just then, Charlie pulls up and starts walking into his house. Bob shouts over to invite him to the party as well, and he's clearly uninterested. He says he can't. He's busy working on his model train set in the basement. And Bob asks, are your trains really as important as neighborly bonding, or is there something else you're doing in that basement?
Yo, I hate that with neighbors. You invite me to your thing, I decline peacefully, and you want to question me why I'm not enjoying your shit. Go fuck yourself. I said no. I have better things to do. Do not do this. We're not doing this. Especially in front of other people. We are not doing this.
Eerily like a threat, and Charlie hesitates to answer. Then his left eye glows red. Maggie, Linda, and Bob's eyes glow red as well, and shortly after, Charlie agrees to join them for dinner. Well, that was spooky. What the hell just happened there? The overly joyful conversation continues like the strange exchange never happened, and Maggie looks up at the nearby lampposts, each of which has several security cameras mounted on them. It looks like every square inch of this neighborhood is under surveillance. Episode 3, Mom Spaghetti, opens with Maggie cooking a red sauce on the stove.
Spaghetti.
Like with her coffee, she sees a face in the sauce, which pops and splatters onto her cheek, looking a little like blood. Sam arrives home, snapping her out of a daze, and the two enter into a conversation fitting for a couple in a 1960s sitcom. Sam looks around for Winston and clearly stumbles upon his dead corpse. He enters the kitchen, however, only saying that Winston seems off and hasn't touched his food. He asks Maggie to take him to the vet tomorrow, and the two sit staring at each other for a few seconds before she finally agrees to do so. This comic really does earn its title. There's a dead dog rotting in the living room, but everything's fine, right? Before dinner, Maggie asks Sam to take the trash out, but before he does, he dumps rat poison in the bag. I guess they have a rodent problem. When he approaches the garbage can outside, he hears a rustling noise, and from behind the can, something peeks out and groans. The entity reveals itself to be another person asking for help. He's got a cat mask on as well, but it's all torn up with chunks missing, and we can see a human mouth underneath. The dirty man begs for food and asks if there are some scraps in the garbage.
You can definitely tell this is very, like, art style wise, this is very Adventure Time-esque.
That haven't been poisoned. Kinda seems like this is the reason Sam put poison inside in the first place. Sam just says nothing and drops the bag before going back in. Inside, he pretends the whole thing never happened and starts up another boring conversation about work. Then suddenly, the creepy man outside appears by the window. It actually works as an effective jump scare because of how this comic is formatted, which is hard to pull off in this medium. He starts talking through the window, saying that the trash smelled like poison and asks if he can have some of their spaghetti. He says he hasn't eaten in days and will probably die soon. Sam and Maggie just stare at each other silently. Then their eyes glow red. Sam says he believes Winston wants to go outside for a bit. He walks over to the dog's body and picks it up. He carries it outside and drops it on the sidewalk, saying, "I love you, boy." The man outside seems excited about a dog, and especially that it's not poisoned. He thanks Sam as he heads back inside. They sit at the table in silence as the sounds of their dog's body being eaten passes through the window. Needless to say, they don't finish their meal. Episode 4, Mise en Place. Bob is getting everything ready for his dinner party tonight. He sings a lighthearted song that seems somewhat ominous given this setting. The table is set and it all looks perfect. Next door, Maggie is holding Winston's collar at the foot of the bed. She's in her underwear and she has a tattoo on her thigh. Normally this wouldn't be worth noting, but it stands out since so far, everyone has looked like they're right out of an Old Navy catalog. It's striking to see someone's human body. Sam walks into the room dressed up for dinner and suggests that Maggie put the dress he left out that matches his blue tie. She points to it, and to Sam's surprise, it's all cut up. She calls it old-fashioned and had her own dress in mind. Sam is at a loss for words at the sight of his wife in such a striking red dress, but eventually tries to talk her out of it, thinking it may be a bit over the top for dinner. Maggie is dead set, however, and has Sam zip her up. There's kind of a heated moment where Maggie says, "It's been a while, huh, Sam?" And he feels her back a bit, I guess suggesting that they haven't knocked boots in a while. However, it's hard to tell if this is of their own will or if this society that they're a part of doesn't allow it. Eventually, Sam says that the dress doesn't match his tie, and Maggie shoots him a cold-ass look, saying, "Then get a new tie," before walking out of the room. Bob and Linda talk before the guests arrive, and Bob admires the sunset. He does mention that the smell is getting through though. Maybe it's nothing, but I think that's actually another little clue. I mean, what kind of smell is he talking about? Anyway, Linda asks if they are good to go through with the plan tonight, and he confirms. Across the street, Bob spots Charlie emptying several boxes of aluminum foil in his garbage. Okay, there's the aluminum foil again. Episode 5, had to be there. Sam and Maggie arrive at Bob and Linda's house for dinner, and as a joke, Sam says that traffic was brutal, even though they obviously just walked here. Bob doesn't get the joke, and they awkwardly walk inside. Then Bob comments on how stunning Maggie looks, and makes a bad joke about wife swapping. He then makes a passive-aggressive comment about how it gets chilly in their house, and that Maggie might want to cover up. It's clear that he's hinting at the fact that Maggie's cleavage is exposed. She bluntly declines despite Bob's insistence, and when Linda asks about Winston, she straight up says he was eaten. Yeah, it looks like Maggie is sick of the superficial nature of this society.
Yeah.
In a panic, Sam tries to save face, but then Linda says she knows exactly what Maggie means. After an uncomfortable pause, she says, "Winston is just so cute you had to gobble him up."
Wait. Go back.
A cardboard box real soon. Episode 8, Echo Julia. The next day, while her husband follows the Winston scenario, and the police and for my paperwork for as well. Her and she and when Linda asks about Winston, she straight up and joke episode are good to go through with the plan tonight, and he can arrive at Bob and Linda's house for dinner, and as a joke, Sam says that traffic was brutal, even though they obviously just walked here. Bob doesn't get the joke, and they awkwardly walk inside. Then Bob comments on how stunning Maggie looks, and makes a bad joke about wife swapping. He then makes a passive-aggressive comment about how it gets chilly in their house, and that Maggie might want to cover up. It's clear that he's hinting at the fact that Maggie's cleavage is exposed. She bluntly declines despite Bob's insistence, and when Linda asks about Winston, she straight up says he was eaten. Yeah, it looks like Maggie is sick of the superficial nature of this society. In a panic, Sam tries to save face, but then Linda says she knows exactly what Maggie means. After an uncomfortable pause, she says, "Winston is just so cute you had to gobble him up," followed by a bunch of fake laughter. She asks if she can get them a beverage, and Maggie immediately says vodka, which just made me laugh, but Sam quickly chimes in and asks for 2 waters instead. Linda leaves the room along with Bob to help.
This bitch is trying to get me killed! What is wrong with this bitch? She went rogue. She's totally rogue. She don't give a flying fuck now. This bitch trying to get me killed. What is wrong with this bitch? Oh man, you know what? You should just I'm not gonna lie. You should decline the date to go to these people's house. As soon as this chick started wearing a red dress, you already know shit was going to go down. As soon as you started putting on that red cocktail dress.
And Sam uses the opportunity to talk to Maggie. He says he understands that everything with Winston was tough, but they just need to keep going for her, and she agrees. Okay, so it seems that this whole Pleasantville charade is an act they're forced to put on for some reason, but who is the her they're talking about? Well, we'll get to that later. So the two couples sit and banter about their lives. Bob mentions going to a hardware store, but can't remember exactly which one.
I don't think she has a plan. I think she just hit the fuck it button. I think that's what's happening. She hit the fuck it button and said, you know what? I think that's what's happening here. Yeah, I don't think she has an entire plan. I think she just said fuck it.
World building here, because it implies that there are multiple hardware stores in different sectors of the city that are all basically the same and are just called hardware stores. They also mention several other businesses with generic names as well, including what they call the art factory, which indicates that art is just manufactured and mass produced. Anyway, there's a knock at the door and Charlie has arrived. Bob ribs him about not dressing up and they all sit down. Linda asks if anyone wants anything and Sam replies, "Just water for me, I have to drive home after all," continuing his bad joke from earlier. Linda and Bob laugh like it's the funniest thing they've ever heard, to the point where it's kind of eerie, but Charlie and Maggie stay silent and exchange a glance.
Hold on.
Episode 6, Friends for Dinner. At dinner, the group discusses their occupations. Charlie's job is to move boxes to point 4, and Sam's department does paperwork for points 7 through 10. It gives us a more vague idea of the strange structure of the city. They ask Bob what he does, and he says that he works at the box incinerator. The entire table goes quiet, and they all glance at each other. Okay, now I really want to know what's in the boxes. Linda brings the food out, and before they eat, Bob thinks that one of the guests should give a spontaneous declaration and volunteers Maggie. She gives a bizarre speech saying, "My name is Maggie of neighborhood 147D. Before this delicious meal, I feel spontaneously compelled to offer my thanks. I'm thankful for my husband's diligent work that provides for us and the fulfillment I find in my own household duties. I'm thankful for the government that keeps us healthy, protects us, and feeds us. I'm happier than I've ever been." Then everyone at the table says, "We are the happiest we've ever been," in unison. Yeah, this has real North Korea vibes. The fact that they all knew what to say at the same time at the end makes it seem like this was not such a spontaneous declaration, but rather a rehearsed one. There's an interesting detail shown when they start to eat. The cat mouth on the masks opens up like an automatic door, and you can see the real human mouth inside. Pretty creepy. Linda then mentions a place called Lakeview, a little town up north that's supposed to be wonderful. It's right by a big lake surrounded by nature. Bob says they've been thinking of moving there. They talk about how only good folk get to go that are honest, friendly, and loyal. Bob says we all know how to show we're loyal, right? There's a tense moment, and he continues. He mentions Barbara, who lives down the street, and how he caught her digging through their trash can the other day. Linda says they don't have anything to hide, but if Barbara were to call the police and it's her word against theirs, they would appreciate their neighbors backing them up. And of course, Bob and Linda.
Either they're not. Okay, there may not be a camera in the house, but they're definitely wiretapped. They are definitely wiretapped. That's what's happening here. They are wiretapped.
Would do the same for them. With all of them looking out for each other, it's more likely
Maybe
they can
that
all
too.
go to Lakeview eventually. Bob and Linda finish by eerily asking the other three if they would join them. Episode 7, Peep Show. Charlie and Maggie exchange a look at each other, and then Sam pipes up saying that he and Maggie think it's a swell idea and that they're stronger as a group. Charlie reluctantly agrees as well, and Maggie excuses herself to the bathroom. She looks in the mirror and is hit with a red image of the swing set at the park, as well as the Winston scenario and the face she saw in the red sauce. In this image, the face begins to speak, saying, "We need to forget." And then she sees an eye pop up in the sauce, a human eye. After only seeing cat heads, the realistic eyeball is quite frightening. She snaps out of this vision with a knock on the bathroom door. It turns out it's Charlie, and he asks her a bizarre question. "Do you like trains?" Apparently, she once mentioned to him that she used to help her father with his model trains when she was younger. He then asks her if she wants to see his train set, specifically his new model, a Flying Scotsman. Maggie says her and Sam would love to see it sometime.
Most likely.
This seems to throw Charlie off.
Most likely, it's like a reminiscence of 1984, like the inspired by, most likely.
And he asks if he could talk to her,
which is a future that we're slowly chugging towards, and I mean chugging towards.
In the bathroom for a moment. Once they're inside, he locks the door and he asks if only she could come without Sam. He works nights so she could come by in the day. She hesitates but actually agrees. I'm not sure what's going on here, but it kind of seems like she's about to play with this dude's Flying Scotsman while her husband's at work, if you know what I mean. Behind them is a strange piece of art hanging on the wall with a small hole in it. On the other side, Linda is looking through, spying on them. Everyone heads out, and while saying goodbye, Bob mentions Lakeview again, hoping to see Sam and Maggie there. Linda ominously states that she thinks they'll all be there real soon. Episode 8, Echo Julia. The next day, Sam heads to work, and shortly after, Maggie heads over to Charlie's house. Inside, Charlie has no furniture, only a cardboard box with a TV on it and a foldable chair. It's pretty depressing, actually. Charlie quickly ushers Maggie toward the basement, but stops short of opening the door. He says that the basement, his trains, it's all a bit much. After she sees it, she may want to run away, but he asks her to trust him and let him explain once they're down there. She agrees, but as he opens the basement, his doorbell goes off. He reluctantly opens the front door and finds a police officer outside. It's kind of cute. He's got a mustache on his cat mask. The officer's very polite. And asks if he can come inside. Charlie starts to decline, but then his left eye
Oh,
goes red,
shit.
and he says, "Of course,
Sorry
officer,
about that.
come right."
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't think there's any audio in the helmet, because if there was, or I think there is a camera, but like if there was, I don't know. I don't think he'll be doing things that he shouldn't be doing if there was watching. I think the camera is only outside the houses, and the houses are wiretapped, probably, most likely. But I don't know. We'll see.
In.
I could
The
be wrong.
officer's name is Tom, and he continues the polite conversation inside with Maggie. Tom asks if there's anyone else inside the house and says he needs to have a little chat with Charlie. Charlie agrees but says that Maggie was just leaving. However, Officer Tom tells her to stay. He asks Charlie a very important question he wants the answer to. What's in the basement? Episode 9, An Iron Voice. Charlie tells him he just keeps his model trains in the basement, and Tom asks to have a look. Charlie says that Maggie had nothing to do with this and asks if she can leave. The officer says she needs to stay because he wants her to see this. But if Charlie does anything crazy, it'll affect her too. Maggie tries to say that Charlie is a good man, and Tom cuts her off like a dick, saying, "I'm sorry, ma'am, did I ask you to speak? Alright, I hate this guy." Tom goes to take a look in the basement, and Charlie apologizes
Oh, I did it
for
again.
getting
God
her
damn it. I
involved.
gotta keep doing that. So, like, I kind of noticed, like, this should be more of an Adult Swim show than, or at least an Adult Swim short. This would have been amazing. Yeah.
He says, "When this is over, forget all of it. Don't be like me." Tom reemerges from the basement and asks Maggie if she knows what's down there. She replies honestly that she has no idea, and Tom says, "Good, let's keep it that way." Charlie begins to beg the officer not to do this, but Tom says this is just the way things are. He then declares, "Charlie Harris of Residence 398 in Neighborhood 147D, the state finds you guilty of conspiracy to undermine the optimal functions of society." Maggie is shocked and tries to defend Charlie once more, but Tom shuts her down again, giving her a final warning, or else she'll be found guilty as well. He continues with Charlie, saying, effective immediately, he's designated red status. He must vacate his home and may not speak to or interact with any other citizens. Charlie tries to convince Tom not to follow through with this and begs him to stop, saying they can just act it out instead. Then he says, "Her name is Charlotte, Tom." Whatever that means. Tom tells him there's just no going back. He pulls out his phone, which has a profile on Charlie with all
Says blood type, house, neighborhood, age 36, weight 180, height 188. Huh.
of his information down to his weight and height. He hits a button to change Charlie's status to red, and immediately Charlie's eyes glow. He screams in terror as if experiencing something truly horrific, clawing into his face in the process. As he cowers on the ground, Officer Tom tells Maggie that now she can leave. Episode 10, Forget Me Not. Sam's alarm goes off and he wakes up bright and early to get ready for work. However, he'll be making his own breakfast since it looks like Maggie is sleeping in. And I guess this has been the case for the last 2 weeks. She eventually gets up and goes about her morning, bathing and brushing her teeth. She puts her toothbrush up and then suddenly sees a third red toothbrush in the holder. She tells herself to forget, and the brush vanishes. In the mirror, she sees a replay of Charlie begging Officer Tom not to do it. He once again says her name is Charlotte, but this fades away and Maggie tells herself to forget once again. She sees Winston's food bowl and another face in her coffee, but repeats the word forget, causing them to fade. This continues throughout her day as she sees various images that shift back to normal, like the tuna can with the Japanese characters, and a painting in her house that had 3 flowers changing to show only 2. She continues to repeat the phrase as the pages turn red, and she laughs maniacally like she's losing her damn mind. Episode 11, Carrot and Stick. Outside, Maggie runs into Linda, who's packing some boxes into her car. Turns out her and Bob are moving to Lakeview after all. Maggie asks her how they got in, and Linda replies that she must just be lucky. Maggie doesn't let her off easy though, and asks if it had anything to do with Charlie. After a tense pause, Linda says she doesn't know any anyone by that name. Maggie just pretends
Bullshit.
she misspoke and heads over to the park where she watches the empty playground once again, repeating the word forget. Officer Tom shows up and asks her how she's doing today, like nothing happened. Maggie is visibly trying to hold in her anger. After a few seconds of silence, Tom reminds her that an officer just asked her a question. Her eyes glow red and she finally responds saying, "I'm doing wonderful, Tom. How about you?" He sits down next to her and they have a pleasant and superficial conversation. Finally, he straight up asks her if she's heard from Charlie, and we see her dig her nails into the park bench. She tells him she has no idea who he's talking about, and Tom laughs it off like it was a mistake. He says, "I'll be seeing ya," and walks away. Yep, it looks like he's got his eye on Maggie now. Episode 12, Crocodile Teeth. Back at home, Maggie stares into her mirror and sees Charlie, who tells her to forget all of it. She spots the red toothbrush again and then sees Sam in the mirror saying, "We need to forget." She screams that she's trying, and when she looks at the toothbrush holder, it's now full of only the red brush. She looks over and sees Charlie on the bathroom floor ripping his own eyes out, saying, "Why, Maggie, why?" This vision spirals out of control as a giant Officer Tom grabs her like a doll. But she snaps back into reality by smashing the mirror and cutting up her hand pretty bad in the process. In tears, she grabs a shard of glass and holds it to her own neck. It seems like maybe she's giving up on life. Then, for a brief moment, she sees what looks like a child brushing their teeth in the shattered glass, although we can't see their head. The kid, a little girl I think, is singing a cute song about brushing her crocodile teeth, and then presumably Maggie enters the bathroom and has a funny conversation with her. It's a funny family moment that confirms something you probably guessed by now. Sam and Maggie had a child, and likely many of the other adults around, but there have been no children in sight. When Sam told Maggie they have to keep going for her, they were likely talking about their daughter. Maggie looks over and sees Charlie once more, although he has no facial features, only the blank cat mask. It's clear he's in her head. Maggie tells him she doesn't want to forget anymore, and Charlie tells her it's time then, isn't it? She asks time for what, but he implies she already knows. He leads her outside and over to his house, which is covered in police tape. Inside, he tells her that once she goes down into the basement, there's no going back. Episode 13, Science 101. Maggie asks Charlie what's down there, and he tells her that she already suspects it, but that this will only confirm her beliefs. So she enters the dark basement and flips on the light. We finally get a look at whatever it was that Charlie was hiding down here. It turns out to be nothing. At least it looks that way. It's a pretty normal basement with a washer and dryer as well as storage shelves. After looking around, Maggie finds a box labeled trains and takes a look inside, but still doesn't find anything unusual. She looks around the basement once more and finally spots something behind the dryer, a small piece of foil left on the wall. Maggie says that this can't be all that's down here. Then she finds a box for the Flying Scotsman, the train Charlie wanted to show her. Inside, there's a drawing by a child named Charlotte that shows the girl and her father and what appears to be her mother up in heaven. This must be the girl Charlie mentioned and likely his daughter. It also implies that his wife died at some point and that's why he lives alone. She also finds a textbook labeled Science 101 with a dog-eared page. The page is about a Faraday cage, an enclosure used to block electromagnetic fields from entering and affecting the contents. It goes on to explain that you can make a Faraday cage simply using aluminum foil. Across the page in bold red letters, Charlie has written the words, "It works."
Oh. Okay. Okay, I think I get what's happening. So, like, the Faraday cage stops interference of, like, Wi-Fi or, like, cameras or, like, anything that's electric. Like an EMP. It's like a shield from anything. So anything in the house is being turned off to a degree. So it's not broken. It's just not, there's no signals. It stops signals or something like that. I think that's what that is. Society. To surveillance can't get to their location. Yeah.
14, supply chain. Later, Maggie is shopping at the store looking for some foil. It seems that the shelf it should be on is completely empty. She asks an employee if they have any more in the back, and the guy acts really weird about it, flatly telling her that they don't, and he refuses to even look. She walks back to her car and is greeted by a stranger in the parking lot who introduces herself as Judy. She notices Maggie was looking for foil and assumes it was for a turkey. Maggie goes along with this, and it becomes clear that Judy knows this isn't for a turkey, and Using cryptic language, she inquires how much foil Maggie really needs and eventually tells her she can have some of hers. Judy opens her trunk to reveal a ton of aluminum foil. She says Maggie can have all of it for free and maybe down the line she could do Judy a favor. They transfer the foil to Maggie's car and Judy tells her to be careful roasting her turkey. It needs to be completely sealed and may need doubling up. She also tells her that cooking the bird is only part of the job. You have to be prepared to carve it up. Episode 15, Try It at Home. Maggie arrives home with all the foil and Sam asks her why she needs so much. She tells him it's a housewife secret. She asks him to help her bring it into the basement and he seems a little suspicious but goes along with it anyway. Next door, Linda is watching through the window and tells her husband that it seems Maggie has picked up a new hobby, model trains, and says she's going to make a call. Bob asks if she's sure since they're already going to Lakeview after all, but Linda insists. 1 week later, Sam is putting up a painting with a hammer and nails. He spots Maggie coming out of the basement and questions why she spent so much time down there lately. She says that she's doing laundry, just part of her wifely duties. He attempts to go down into the basement to look for his lucky socks and she quickly stops him. This leads to a heated back and forth until suddenly the doorbell rings. Sam answers it and finds none other than Officer Tom at his door.
Shit.
Episode 16, Animals Are Free. You know this chapter is going to get wild because there's a warning at the top for disturbing content and imagery. Tom asks to come inside and Sam kindly obliges. Maggie and Tom exchange cold pleasantries, then he asks if he can check the basement. Sam says of course and offers him the grand tour, if it's okay with Maggie. She says of course, go right ahead, so Sam and Tom open the basement door. They pass by the hammer and nails that are still sitting nearby, and Sam asks if there's any particular reason he needs to take a look down here. Tom says he's just curious, and as they make their way down the stairs, we can see Maggie enter the doorway behind them. Even more unsettling, we see that the hammer is missing. Sam fumbles for the light switch and finally turns it on, revealing that the basement has been covered top to bottom in foil, making it a large Faraday cage. This explains what Maggie was doing down here all week. Sam is confused, legitimately not knowing what's going on. Up the stairs, the basement door slams shut and Maggie stands at the top looking down at them and clutching the hammer. Tom tells her she needs to think very carefully, but before he can even finish the sentence, Maggie slams the hammer into the side of his head. Truly one of the most shocking moments in this entire comic. Blood, along with a strange green liquid, cover the hammer and splatter the walls as it sprays out of the side of Tom's head. His body lay in shock on the floor, mumbling when Maggie addresses him. She says, "I want you to know, Tom, even through that mask I saw it on your face. We're all in the same boat here, but that doesn't mean we have to enjoy it like you do." Tom stutters that they really are the same. He says their names are Peter and Davy, likely the names of his own children. Maggie raises the hammer coldly and says their names were Charlotte and Charlie. Tom tries to beg her to stop, saying they can go back, but she says, "I'm sorry, Tom, there is no going back." The following pages are in red as Maggie brutally smashes Tom's head in with the hammer over and over. Sam stands in horror as she commits the act, blood splashing onto his face. Maggie kneels over Tom's body with green goo and blood covering most of her face and simply says to her husband, "We need to talk." On the ground.
I get the blood part, but what's the green shit? That's what's making me kind of like wondering.
We see Tom's mutilated head, his brains exposed. My God, what a chapter. Episode 17, Since Last Accident. Sam is in a complete daze, seeing his wife clean the blood off of herself in a blur. She reaches into Tom's pocket and pulls out his phone. It's locked by fingerprint, but no problem. She pulls Tom's lifeless thumb onto the screen to unlock it. Sam is still watching in shock while Maggie opens an app and shows a map of the neighborhood and little colored cat heads tracking everyone's whereabouts. She clicks on Sam's icon and gets a detailed readout on him. At the bottom it says last ping.
Or maybe they're aliens, like maybe artificial, maybe transmission fluid from the helmets. You might be right. You actually might be right. It might be transmission fluid, or maybe the helmets are some form of alien technology, and it's kind of organic. Because remember when they turn on Charlie's thing, it started attacking from within inside? It could be an alien thing going on here. Yep,
3
most
minutes
likely.
ago. Next ping,
Let's see.
7 minutes. Seeing this puts Maggie in a panic. She looks up at Sam and tells him that it's okay to talk. That's what the foil's for. He stays silent, and she tries to help clean him off until he finally tells her not to touch him and smacks her hand away. He asks her if she has any idea what she's done, and that now they've lost everything. She tries to assure him that it's okay. She'll explain everything, but first she needs his help. They're being tracked, and in 6 minutes the GPS will update, and if they're still down here when it does, they'll know something's wrong. Charlie is barely listening and still in a full-blown panic, calling her crazy. She asks him if he's still in there, if he still loves her. After a long pause, he says, of course he does. Then she recounts when Sam proposed to her, how he had the whole thing planned outside and told her he couldn't tell her why, and it sounds like the worst idea in the world, but you have to take my hand and come outside. You just have to trust me. Maggie is now asking him the same thing, to trust her. In a couple of minutes, the GPS will update and they'll see Tom is missing. But if he can help her stop that, they may find a way forward, and maybe they can save her. Sam finally agrees to trust her, and they realize their first order of business is to move Tom's body. Episode 18, Funny How. Sam and Maggie move Tom's body upstairs, and Maggie reminds him not to speak until they get back into the basement. Getting a better look at Tom's busted up body in the light, Sam can't help but throw up. The GPS pings and they head back downstairs. Once in the basement, Maggie tells him it's okay to speak. You could even curse if you want, although she finds it really fudging difficult to do so. She chuckles, and this just sets Sam off. He talks about how hard he's worked to keep this all together and how she's ruined any chance they had of getting her back. Maggie doesn't believe there's really a chance that would ever happen, even if they played along with this sick game. Sam asks her what the point of all of this was, and Maggie says that whoever's running this whole thing can't be trusted, and after she found out about the foil, they could talk and come up with a plan, or at the very least, she could hear his real voice. She's lost track of the last time they've had a real conversation, but thinks it must have been 3 or 4 years ago. Maggie sets a timer for the next ping, and Sam collapses to the ground in exhaustion, saying he just wants all of this to be over and that he misses her so much. Maggie sits down to him for a few moments, and finally Sam breaks the silence, saying it's been 3 years, 1 month, and 15 days since they last truly spoke. I guess he'd been counting. He also tells her he's all ears. What's the plan? Maggie says he's not gonna like it, but to hear her out. We then cut to a knock on the door. The neighbor Bob opens it up to find what appears to be Officer Tom standing at his door. Episode 19, Protect and Serve. So I'll just tell you right now, this episode will seem very confusing, but just hold on till the following chapter because it ends up being one of my favorites. So it seems Maggie's plan involved Sam impersonating Officer Tom. He asks to come in and have a look around, and Bob seems suspicious but lets him in. He offers him a glass of water since it seems like the officer has a frog in his throat, likely due to Sam changing his voice. He says he needs to look down and back. Bob is still a little confused, as are we, but assumes he means the basement and kitchen. Sam asks if he can have any whiskey, and Bob politely offers him wine instead. As he prepares some, Sam inspects the kitchen sink, and we hear a small clicking noise. When Bob comes back with the wine, Sam just ignores it and heads towards the basement. Bob offers to give him a tour, but Sam shouts, "No, stay back, only me." He goes downstairs, slamming the door behind him, and makes quite a ruckus downstairs before coming back up. Then he just walks out the back door, not saying a word to Bob. Before Bob can think about what the hell just happened, there's a knock at the front door. It's Maggie, and she's in a tizzy. She tells him that Winston has gone missing and asks if he's seen him. Bob assures her it's probably fine and offers to go help her look. Just then, a loud thud sounds nearby. Bob thinks maybe it was Winston, and Maggie says she'll go look, now refusing Bob's help. Bob can tell something is up, and when he gets back inside, calls the authorities. He starts to report what happened when interrupted by whoever's on the line. He simply says, "Oh, I see," as his eye glows red and he hangs up the phone. Like I said, this is a very confusing chapter, but it pays off in the next segment. Episode 20, Working the Angles. Across the street, Maggie rushes into the basement where she finds Sam. He apologizes for making the loud noise when he jumped the fence. Either way, it seems like they pulled it off. It then cuts back to before the last episode. Maggie is convincing Sam to go through with her plan, saying that Bob and Linda were never really their friends and that they tried to do the same to them. She runs through the plan one more time, and it sheds light on what was going on in episode 19. Linda's out shopping, so Bob will greet Sam at the door and will have to let him in even if he's suspicious. Then Sam will unlock the kitchen window when Bob's not looking, which explains the clicking noise. Next, they have the GPS from Tom's head and his phone. It's actually some interesting lore here showing how they're tracked. Implants. Sam gets into Bob's basement and smashes Tom's phone and then hides the tracker and hammer somewhere. Then he leaves through the back door to avoid the street cameras. Bob will be watching, but Maggie will distract him, giving giving Sam a moment to hop the fence and get back home. Using Tom's mustache and uniform works well enough, but what about Sam's voice? Even if he doesn't fool Bob, he needs to at least fool the microphones. Maggie shows Sam what she found on Tom's phone, a video of Tom presumably playing with his 2 kids, something Maggie implies even he shouldn't have kept. In the recording, Tom is playing cops and robbers with his boys. Maggie can cut the video up into clips and cue them up to play when needed. This explains why Sam was barely speaking to Bob, and when he did, he used slightly bizarre language. Finally, Maggie used Tom's phone to reply to his supervisor.
It was false. We can please 3905 out of 10. Keep 3 or 4 times now. I think it's going to investigate tomorrow. Okay, keep me posted.
She sends a text about how the reports from 395, Bob and Linda's house, were false again, and to give them a red eye ban if they call again because of the bad intel. Surprisingly, they go along with it, and this explains why Bob was cut off when calling to report Maggie again. It also opens up some interesting questions about the whole red eye thing. It's still unclear to me what is happening when one of those eyes goes red, but we'll learn more about that later. Back in the present, Sam asks Maggie if she's okay, and she breaks down about what they've done, calling herself a monster. Sam takes her hands and says that she's not a monster, she's a mom. Episode 21, One More Time. Sam manages to calm his wife down, and they decide they should probably go back upstairs. Maggie says that if things go wrong, and let's face it, they probably will, this may be the last time they have together. After a moment, Sam simply asks her, big or little? She replies little, and we see what they were talking about. They just wanted to cuddle one last time, Maggie being the little spoon. Oh, come on, that's just cute. Next door, Bob explains what happened to Linda, and their eyes glow red. Linda asks Bob to help her find some tape to pack for Lakeview, and they go into the closet. Turns out that their closet is actually a Faraday cage lined with aluminum foil. Here, Bob can tell her all the details of what happened without the facade. He says that it may sound crazy, but he thinks maybe the officer was actually Sam dressed up. He thinks maybe Sam and Maggie murdered Officer Tom. Episode 22, Every Unhappy Family. After Bob pitches this theory, Linda just looks at him dumbfounded and then calls him an idiot. She mocks his idea and makes him feel stupid for coming up with it, which is hilarious because he's so dead on. Linda calls Sam and Maggie the 2 most spineless dipshits around. Of course they'd never have the balls to kill a cop. By the way, this is the first curse word in the series, and it actually probably indicates that Linda and Bob have had the Faraday closet for a while to be comfortable cursing like that. Anyway, Linda thinks they should leave early in the morning to Lakeview before anything goes down. Bob suggests leaving.
The irony about every conspiracy theory is usually true. It's just when people start calling you crazy, you're probably onto something more than you think. The only thing that is probably not true is the whole flat Earth thing, but like everything else has been considered like the Epstein thing, and all that stuff has been true in some form, some shit.
Tonight, and Linda viciously mocks him again, since this would make them look guilty. He apologizes, and she says, "It's okay, hun. This stuff just isn't in your nature." This scene really makes you hate Linda if you didn't already. The next morning, Sam brings Maggie a cup of coffee, although he refers to it as caffeine, saying he misses real beans. They remember a cute instance when their daughter brought Maggie a cup of mud and said it was coffee, which she accidentally drank. But reality sinks back in, and Sam says that maybe they'll actually pull this off. He asks Maggie why she didn't tell him about the foil to begin with, and she admits she wasn't sure if she could trust him after all these years. He apologizes for letting himself get comfortable with the hellish facade they're forced to put on, and for treating Maggie poorly in the process. They both say "I love you," and then move on to the next order of business, Tom's body, which has been wrapped and taped up. Episode 23, One Body Problem. Late into the night, a woman named Laura makes a call to a police officer named Greg, asking if he's heard from Tom. It seems Laura is Tom's wife, and he hasn't come home yet. Greg assures her that he'll see what's going on with Tom, and that he's probably fine. Unaware, of course, that Tom is dead in a basement with his head bashed in. When the time is right, Sam and Maggie carry Tom's body over the fence into Bob.
Yeah, I know.
Linda's yard. With the kitchen window unlocked, thanks to Sam, they can sneak inside with the body. They head for the basement where they unwrap Tom's body, and we get another disgusting look at Tom's exposed brains and whatever that green goo is. Sam grabs the broken phone, tracker, and hammer and lays them by the body. Then the couple begin to sneak back out of the neighbor's house. Once they get upstairs, however, the hall light comes on, and it seems Linda is up and walking about. Episode 24, Desperate Times. Linda looks into the kitchen and spots the open window. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Maggie runs back downstairs for some reason. After a few moments, there's a jarring sound as the living room window is smashed. Linda runs over to inspect it, and this gives Sam and Maggie the chance to escape out of the kitchen window. Linda barely gets to the window when she hears even more noise outside. The couple climbing over the fence and being loud about it. But they manage to make it inside before Linda gets a look at them. Inside, Sam and Maggie are completely out of breath, but they manage to move the body and get back right before the 10-minute GPS reset, hopefully framing their neighbors for the murder. Sam asks Maggie what she threw out the window, and it turns out it was the hammer, which is why she ran back downstairs. Linda finds it in the yard and also happens to notice her neighbor's lights on. Sam freaks out over the hammer since it was covered in blood and goo and might lead to Linda looking into the basement. But Maggie reminds him it doesn't really matter at this point. They can't report it, so they're out of options. Bob and Linda inspect the hammer inside and decide it must definitely have something to do with Sam and Maggie, and decide to at least try to report them. But before they get very far, police lights flash through the windows. Soon there's a knock at the door and Linda opens it up. Outside, Officer Greg and another cop politely ask if she's seen their good friend Tom lately. Episode 25. Sam and Maggie see the cops at their neighbor's door and realize that this is where the rubber hits the road. They tell each other, "I love you," and prepare to face the music. Shortly after, the second cop, Pete, knocks on their door and asks to come inside. Sam and Maggie put on a polite front. Turns out that Maggie actually called the police, saying that she was woken up by a smashing sound next door and that there was a commotion. Officer Pete asks who was involved, and Maggie playfully says, "It was probably just a lover's spat. We've all been there." Pete thanks them for bringing it to their attention, but follows by asking to see their basement. Sam shows him downstairs, and we can see Maggie standing in the doorway. Very reminiscent of when Tom walked down not so long ago. Before we see what happens, it jumps back to Officer Greg, who's asking Linda a few questions. Linda says she never met an Officer Tom when Bob barges in front of her and explains everything, showing him the hammer in a panic. He can't contain himself and eventually straight up tells Greg that he thinks the neighbors murdered his colleague Tom. The cop seems puzzled, and Bob just starts rambling on about how he thinks it was Sam dressed as Tom who came over and that it's all a conspiracy. The officer says it's an interesting story, especially the fact that 1, Linda just said she never met Tom, and 2, he never mentioned anything about murder, making Bob seem guilty as hell. Greg then asks to see their basement. Speaking of which, back at Sam and Maggie's, the officer looks over their basement and doesn't find a thing. All of the aluminum foil has been removed. However, he has Sam and Maggie come with him to help straighten this whole thing out. Next door, Greg has just stumbled upon Tom's corpse in the basement and is disgusted at the sight of it. Bob and Linda are in a full freakout, saying over and over that it wasn't them. Poor bastards. Greg ignores them and says that they are found guilty of murder and that effective immediately, they are designated red status. Episode 26, No Going Back. Officer Pete shows up with Sam and Maggie, and Greg tells him to stay up there. He's not going to want to see Tom like this. Linda says that Sam and Maggie were behind it, and Maggie plays dumb, acting like she doesn't know what's wrong. Greg tells Pete what's happened and wonders what Tom found that would make Bob and Linda do this. Bob once again starts rambling about his conspiracy that Sam dressed as Tom and came over here, but Sam and Maggie ask why would he tell such awful lies. On top of that, the story sounds completely bogus. Suddenly, Linda appears from the kitchen holding a knife. Bob and the police try to calm her down and talk to her, but she realizes now that they're red status that there's no talking it through. She runs up to stab Maggie, but right before she can, Officer Pete hits her with a taser, dropping her to the ground. On her knees, she tells the other couple she hopes they're proud of themselves. They could have let them go. Officer Greg then officially changes them to red on his phone, causing their eyes to glow. In their eyes, we see a vision, all in red and white. There are 2 children standing at the top of a tall building calling for them. The oldest child says, "We don't know if you can hear us, but just know it's okay. You didn't do anything wrong." We then see the children start to step off the building. They say that they are actually lucky and that this is the most important part. We can see their white silhouettes falling rapidly from the extremely tall building. The kid continues saying, "We love you, Dad. You're our hero. Mom, I'm scared, but I'll be brave for him. Love you, Mom." Then 2 loud thuds. It zooms back out from Linda's eye as she screams in pure terror. As Bob and Linda stay on the ground mentally broken, Officer Greg says, "Okay, folks, now you can leave." Man, this was one insane episode. It did show a little more into what's happening when someone is turned red status. It seems their children, wherever they are being kept, are killed and they're forced to watch. Maybe when their eyes glow at other times, it's showing them similar imagery of their children, which is used as a tool to keep everyone in line. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm intrigued to find out more. Episode 27, Heat Death. The cops bring Sam and Maggie outside, but right before they do, Linda and Maggie exchange a cold glance. Greg tells them it was pretty brutal stuff in there, and and he's sorry they had to see it. Maggie asks what'll happen to Bob and Linda, and the officer just responds, what will happen to who? Just like with Charlie, it seems the protocol is to forget that red status people ever existed. It's strange to me that they don't appear to kill them though, they basically just break their will to continue, and I'm assuming force them out into the street or something, which might explain the guy that ate Winston. So the question then is, what happened to Charlie? Anyway, Greg tells the couple how lucky they are. Now that Bob and Linda are out of the picture, a spot opened up at Lakeview and he's taking them there tonight. They get their bags packed and they take Tom's car since, well, he won't be needing it. Sam and Maggie sit quietly in the back of the car until Greg asks them if they know what's going to happen here. They look puzzled and he says soon they can see for themselves. They're just about to pass another neighborhood in a minute. The one before theirs on the schedule, whatever that means. Greg pulls down the visor and notices a picture Tom had of him and his wife. Looking at the picture, it's clear that Sam and Maggie feel uneasy. Greg tells them to look up ahead on their left and an orange glow begins to cover the car. Outside, we see several houses being burned to the ground. We get a top-down zoom out of the neighborhood and see that it's actually several blocks in flames. Even more zoom out shows that thousands upon thousands of houses have already been burned down. What the
Holy
actual hell
shit.
is happening?
What?
Episode 28, Pleasure
What?
to Burn. This episode starts elsewhere at a box factory. Box Factory 118192 to be exact. A woman approaches it, and I think it may be Judy, the lady who helped Maggie get all that aluminum foil. I'm not 100% sure, but she does look the same. For instance, they both have cat heads. I'm just kidding, but the outfit is the same. Inside, boxes are being shot out into a huge pile, and nearby is a table with some left behind food scraps. In the center of the building is a large incinerator and a conveyor belt. At the end, a figure stands on the conveyor, being slowly pulled into the flames. Judy tries to talk the man down, telling him that they would want him to fight, probably referencing his children. She asks how he's gonna face them if he goes out like a coward. The man says, I was throwing all that stuff in the river when I got back to the car and the book was on the seat. I really don't know what this guy's talking about, but I'm sure we'll find out soon. Judy starts the conveyor belt again and then climbs on it. She tells him to take the road north and when he hits the woods to look for a rusty ice cream truck. As she almost goes into the incinerator, she says, there's no point saying sorry, just tell them I went down for the cause. But at the last second, the man grabs her and pulls them both off. On his knees, he says, okay, I'll help. Judy thanks him and says, welcome to the rebellion, Charlie. That's right, the man is Charlie. His face is still torn up where he clawed at it, and even weirder, you can see his exposed brains through the mask, which really gives me some questions about the anatomy here. I mean, what the hell is happening in those cat heads? This whole segment is pretty cryptic, but I think it'll make more sense down the line. The part about the book is confusing, but I do wonder if he's talking about the Science 101 book that he left for Maggie to find. Maybe he was forced to throw his wife and daughter's things into the river, and the book was left behind by accident, leading him to learning about the Faraday cage. Anyway, let's get back to Sam and Maggie in the final episode of season 1. Episode 29, All Good Things. This episode starts off kind of funny. Because of the nature of webtoons, you can basically have endless panels that keep scrolling down, which leads to some interesting formatting that you couldn't normally get away with. For instance, when Bob and Linda go red, that whole sequence was one long panel. Well, the author takes advantage of this to basically do a movie-like title scroll on this final episode.
That's
Reminds
kind
me
of
of the
clever.
opening of The Shining, where we see the car driving down that
clever.
winding
That's
road.
clever
But
as
here,
hell.
it just keeps going to the point of being kind of comical. Finally, Officer Greg says you folks are in for a real treat, and that Lakeview is something else. As he speaks, we see a squirrel on the side of the road nibbling on something, and on a closer look, it appears to be a human finger. Pretty disturbing stuff. The town comes into view, and as promised, it's beautiful.
Hello.
It's right in the middle of nature, surrounded by a massive lake. Greg parks in a communal parking lot just outside of town, saying that they don't do cars here. As he gets out of the car, he puts on a little badge with a smiley face. A man approaches them named Julian. He has a pink cat head with a butterfly on it. This is the first time we've seen a design on any of them. Anyway, he asks how Greg is holding up after the Tom situation. I might note that Julian has a badge as well that has 2 smiley faces on it. Interesting. Julian says everyone shook up about Tom, but we're all born of stars and we all return one day. So you kind of get Julian's vibe just with that. He greets Sam and Maggie with optimism and compliments Maggie's outfit. Just then, the mayor shows up. Her cat mask has a heart around one eye, making her instantly recognizable from the photo in Tom's car. Yep, the mayor of Lakeview is Tom's wife. She comes in with the typical fake happiness we've gotten used to. Greg tries to pull her aside, presumably to talk about her dead husband, but she refuses, saying there's no time. After all, she needs to greet the fresh new faces of Lakeview. Sam says he's sorry for her loss, but she
I have to
shrugs it
do a
off,
video
saying,
on
that's
that.
enough of that
That's gonna
sorry
take too
business.
long to
It's too nice a day. Damn, talk about moving on. Your husband's brains are leaking onto a basement floor, lady. She then adds, besides, it's not like you murdered my husband, right? I gotta say, that line is just straight up scary given the circumstances. Maggie says sorry all the same, and the mayor snaps a little bit, saying that's enough. She calms herself down a little and says there's a bright day ahead of them. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and today, like every day, everything is fine. Here's where I would typically do a little section talking about theories and what's going on, but
you will need clip studio paint and you're gonna need live 2D. I'm just gonna let you know those are at least the two things you're gonna need. And you're gonna have to learn how to use the symmetrical tool.
As I said, this is only season 1, so many of the questions we have will be answered in the following seasons. We can, however, recap what we know for sure from part 1. The cat masks seem to be forced on surgically. No one even tries to remove them, even people who are red status. And judging by Tom and Charlie's exposed brains, it seems like the full anatomical structure is changed. Now we know that the red eyes are actually a way to control the citizens by showing them glimpses of their captured children. And when they're found guilty of a crime, the kids are killed off. It's unclear exactly how long this dystopia has been in place, but the conversation between Sam and Maggie implies that it started 3 or 4 years ago. There's still so many big questions, mainly who's in charge of this strange Orwellian society and what's their end goal. All I know is I'm excited to find out. As I said, if you guys like this video and want to see more of Everything is Fine, let me know in the comments. Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And thanks to everyone who checked out the Limerence Kickstarter and trailer. If you missed me talking about it, it's a very cool semi-animated album film that these guys are making, and I'll
do one more video and we'll continue tomorrow. We'll do one more video. This is part 2. I think there's a total of 4, but we'll do these. We'll do this last one and then we'll go and watch we'll go and end the stream.
Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today we're looking at part 2 of Everything is Fine. I asked you guys to let me know if you wanted me to cover the whole series, and you let me know. I have to give a big thank you to everyone for blowing the last video up. I was just shocked by the enthusiasm and all those new subscribers. I haven't had time to even comprehend the channel growth in the last few months, so thank you, seriously. Anyway, I don't want to take too much time here since this is a long one, so let's just get right into season 2. This is Everything is Fine Explained, part 2. So let's kick it off with episode 30, Welcome to Lakeview. A man sits upon a stone wall with a cigarette when he's approached by a woman in a red dress. She tries to bum a cigarette off him, but he says this is his last, so they decide to share it along with the conversation. It appears to be close to midnight on New Year's Eve, and the two people vaguely know each other, only meeting one other time. They recount how awkward the man was when they first met and how he was obsessed with astronomy, but he gave it up to do accounting since there was more money there. The woman says that he shouldn't give up on his dreams. Her dream is to open a restaurant one day and name it Setsuko after her mother. The man says his real dream is to be a dad. He's obviously embarrassed about this, but she reassures him that it's not a dumb dream and is actually really sweet. If you hadn't guessed it yet, the two properly introduce themselves to each other as Sam and Maggie. And as the clock strikes midnight, Maggie pulls Sam in for a kiss. It's a little odd even in silhouette to see them without their cat heads. They wish each other a happy new year, but then spot something strange. A little girl with a cat mask standing by the park. Suddenly, Sam and Maggie are sporting their cat masks as well. Sam tells her to look at their girl, and the child catches fire. Maggie cries out her name, Sarah. This is actually the first time I think we've heard it. Sam assures Maggie that everything's gonna be okay. Fire then covers his body, and we see his skeleton through his melted mask as he says, "Everything is fine." Maggie wakes up, and this was obviously a nightmare, but I do believe the start of it was an actual memory of how Sam and Maggie met. She hears a loud knock on their door and answers it to find Julian, the first resident of Lakeview that they met besides Officer Greg. He says he was heading out for his morning jog, and they figured they may need a refill on food for Winston. We learn that Sam and Maggie have now lived here 2 weeks, and Julian hands her a sack that has blood actively dripping from the bottom. You guys may remember that Winston, their dog, died early in part 1, so what the hell is this food for? Maybe they got a new dog and named him the same thing? Anyway, Julian mentions that tomorrow is the trial, and he can't wait for them to see what Lakeview is really all about. Maggie calls for Winston, saying she has something nice and juicy for him, and closes the door. Next, we see a man with a tattered cat mask in the forest. He's attempting to drink water from a creek when he's suddenly shot in the leg with an arrow. He looks in terror at his assailants and addresses them by name, saying that they once did pottery together. We see the two attack attackers and they say, sorry bud, it ain't personal. Just how things are. And a cry of pain rings out through the forest. Quite the intro to season 2 here, and already a lot of questions are popping up, so let's keep it moving. Episode 31, The Players. Maggie's going on a jog through the woods when she finds...
I'm guessing what's happening is that like the more you go up the societal ladder, the more it's letting you guys do what you please, in the sense of like terrorizing other like traders or people who have like yeah, dang, that's fast. Yeah, like I don't know, it feels like that's what it is. Hunger Games reference, yeah, that's what this is. The more you go up the ladder, the more you get to be more psychotic.
Finds an arrow carved into a tree. She takes a closer look, but is interrupted by two Lakeview residents, Glenn and Gladys. They're out on a hike and are completely nude. They also both have designs on their masks just like Julian and the mayor, which confirms that Lakeview residents are a little less restricted when it comes to personal expression, at least in this way. Anyway, they have an awkward exchange. At one point, Gladys refers to her breasts as December pumpkins, which really made me laugh. But you get the idea. These two are free spirits and strangely content considering the messed up circumstances. Gladys says, "Do you want to know a secret? This is all there is." Next, we get a look at the town's market where Sam sells vegetables from his garden. However, all of his vegetables are pretty small and he's having a hard time growing anything worth selling. His stalled neighbor Dave is a hunter who sells furs and meat and is an all-around nice guy. Sam asks Dave more about merits and how they work around here. You might remember Officer Greg and Julian both wearing badges that had smiley faces on them at the end of part 1. Apparently, these are merits and you can buy one for $10,000, which seems virtually impossible from selling things at the market. As they talk, a woman named Becky shows up who has 3 frowny faces on her badge. Sam starts to ask her about them when Dave interrupts and tells him not to talk about the merits, especially around someone like Becky. Meanwhile, Maggie meets 2 of her neighbors, Chris and Gina. They tell Maggie not to be nervous seeing her first child tomorrow and that her and Sam can just hang back and watch how they do it. That way, when the time comes, they'll know how to get their own hands dirty. Whatever they're referring to here can't be good. Episode 32, The Game. Maggie makes a delicious looking meal for her and Sam. We don't know whether she was able to live out her dream of being a chef before everything went to hell, but she clearly has the chops for it. No pun intended. They recap their days to each other, and then Sam suggests after dinner that they have a drink on the boat. Out back on the lake, they have their own small yacht, and once inside, they talk a little more freely. Apparently, the boats seem to be completely sealed off, similar to the aluminum-covered basement from season 1. It's unclear exactly why, but they just feel less like they're being watched in here. They start off by discussing Bob and Linda, but quickly realize they should probably just move on from that. They try to think of what their next move is. The first 2 weeks were just about survival, but now they need to figure out how to save their daughter. The first thing is to try to learn more about how Lakeview works, especially the merits and the trial. Apparently the town calls them smileys and frownies, and the couple acknowledges how silly the whole thing is. If you get 3 smileys, something good happens at the trial, and if you get 3 frownies, something bad happens, but they don't know exactly what. Sam says he doesn't want to hurt anyone again or be hurt, and Maggie reassures him that as long as they stick together and watch each other's back, no one can mess with them. Outside the boat near their house, we can see an ominous figure looming with a hammer in their hand. Episode 33, The Play. On a lamppost in the center of town, we see a poster of a red fist and the words "Rise Up." Underneath it, it says "Meet at Sam and Maggie's house." Okay. Next thing you know, Officer Greg is paying them a visit. He hands Maggie the poster and she truthfully says she has no idea what it is. Greg informs her that they are spread all over town. Sam joins them and starts to say that someone must be framing them when Becky shows up wanting to report Sam and Maggie, accusing them of being the leaders of the rebellion. It's a ridiculous attempt at framing someone, and there's a beat where they just stare at her. Greg says that it doesn't make much sense based on the posters and would need more evidence. Sure enough, Becky leads them into Sam and Maggie's back garden where a hammer and nails lay in the dirt along with a stack of posters. The couple points out how absurd this whole thing is. Why would they leave this stuff out in the garden? Surprisingly, Officer Greg actually goes along with it. I guess in Lakeview, it's guilty until proven innocent. Greg says the investigation is concluded and takes off one of Becky's frownies for reporting them. For a moment, it looks like Sam and Maggie are about to be designated red status. Instead, he gives them each a frowny for the crime. He literally boops the frowny stickers onto their faces and tells them to just stick them on their badges later. They question how this whole merit system works anyway, and Greg says they'll find out soon enough. hammer and nails lay in the dirt along with a stack of posters. The couple points out how absurd this whole thing is. Why would they leave this stuff out in the garden? Surprisingly, Officer Greg actually goes along with it. I guess in Lakeview, it's guilty until proven innocent. Greg says the investigation is concluded and takes off one of Becky's frownies for reporting them. For a moment, it looks like Sam and Maggie are about to be designated red status. Instead, he gives them each a frownie for the crime. He literally boops the frownie.
He boops them. This is so Adventure Time. This is very Adventure Time inspired.
Stickers onto their faces and tells them to just
that's
stick them
only
on their
Adventure Time
badges
would do
later.
that.
They question how this whole merit system works anyway, and Greg says they'll find out soon enough at the trial. Nearby, Chris and Gina
I can
watch
see
them.
this being red lighted as some type of Cartoon Network or Netflix show. I can see this being on Cartoon Network for like Adult Swim, for like a special for like Halloween or some shit, or something for like Netflix. Mathematical.
And give each other a nod. Episode 34, The Rules. In the center of Lakeview, Julian takes the stage to greet the crowd. He thanks them for attending what is this town's most sacred duty and shared responsibility. Sam and Maggie run into Chris and Gina in the crowd. They invite Sam and Maggie to have drinks on their boat afterwards and say they have a surprise for them. Julian then introduces who he calls the architect of this beautiful system, the mayor of Lakeview, Laura, who is met with a large round of applause. She then welcomes to the stage today's trial participants. The candidates for going up are a couple, Sophie and Kate, and a guy named Jared, all of which have gotten 3 smileys. Next, the candidates for going down are Tyler and Jane, a couple that have blood smears all over them, and another couple, Keith and Marie. The mayor gives her deepest appreciation and sympathies to them, saying that their role today is an essential part of our way of life. She goes on to start a vote for which candidate will be sent up. Apparently everyone can vote using their phones like it's American Idol or something. With 71% of the vote, the couple Sophie and Kate win, and they break out in tears, saying they'll get to see their babies again. I guess if you win the vote, you are sent off to a place called Hillside, where you'll be able to reunite with your children. The mayor then asks the crowd to start their vote on who will be sent down, aka red status. Out of the crowd, Gina shouts that before the vote, she has something to present. She shows off one of the Rise Up posters that were put around town, and points out that Sam and Maggie clearly aren't responsible, and that furthermore, they have evidence proving that Becky did it. Episode 35, The Losers. Chris and Gina pull out Becky's notebook and point out her doodles, which look identical to the drawings on the poster. After seeing the hard evidence, Greg gives Becky a demerit. She starts to panic, begging the crowd not to vote for her, and telling Sam and Maggie she was just messing around. Sam actually looks a little guilty, but Maggie interrupts him, saying, "This isn't up to us," and moving Becky away from them. Well, without any more dramatic interruptions, the crowd begins to vote between Tyler and Jane, Keith and Marie, and Becky. In case you're wondering, couples count as 1 in Lakeview, but we'll touch more on that later. Mayor Laura gets the results and simply says, "I'm sorry, Becky," before hitting a button on her phone and designating Becky red status. As usual, the comic turns red and white as Becky screams in terror over her boys, who are apparently being killed off elsewhere. The mayor continues, saying that they're about to move on to the next part of the trial, and tells Becky she can leave for her head start, giving everyone else 20 minutes to prepare before the hunt begins. Episode 36, The Prize. The townsfolk are now spread out a bit, preparing for the hunt. Sam is holding one of the
so
small
anyone red status becomes a contestant to be killed off by the residents as a form of game for everyone to use. So that's what happens to them. So if you're on level 1, you have to like be as a good Samaritan. Level 2, you get to be a little bit more loose, but then again, you have to watch your back. If you end up getting 3 frowny stickers, you are being contestant to get killed off by the residents, and you probably lose your children, or you just get killed off, either one. And they eventually probably just kill the kids after the fact.
Harpoon guns we saw used during
Like I
the
said,
last
the Hunger
hunt.
Game,
Chris
yeah.
and Gina show up surprisingly cheerful. They tell Sam and Maggie that they can always hang back here and that the hunting isn't mandatory, but they can tag along to see how it's done. Nearby, Becky is on her knees at the edge of the forest, dead quiet. Gina tells them that this is actually pretty common. The hunted are in shock usually before finally snapping out of it. Right on cue, Becky gets up and runs into the woods. Some people just sit there the whole time, and the townsfolk do a random draw to see who gets the kill. kill. Chris explains that it's pretty obvious there's no way to make enough money to buy a smiley, so there's really only two ways to get them: to report other townsfolk for crimes, or to get the kill during the hunt and bring back their head. The couple head off, leaving Sam and Maggie to talk about it. Maggie says she feels stupid. She convinced herself things might actually be better here, but it looks like they still need to find another way. She refuses to hunt anyone, but Sam seems to seriously consider it. Getting smileys means getting closer to seeing their daughter. He also brings up what Maggie did to Tom. She gets defensive and says that it was something she had to do. Sam understands that and thinks maybe this is just another thing that they have to do. Maggie asks, "So what, you're a killer now?" And he says that he'll do whatever it takes. Just then, the hunt begins. Chris and Gina call over and Sam just says bye to Maggie, leaving her alone while he joins the hunt. Gladys, the nudist hippie lady we saw earlier, spots Maggie and has a chat with her. We learn that Glenn and Gladys never join in on the hunt. Maggie notices how close they are to being put on trial, and Gladys simply says, "It doesn't matter. This is all there is. The only thing left is to live free." After a while, the hunt ends, and out of the woods walks Sam with blood splattered across his face and clothes. Behind him walks out Chris and Gina, who are holding Becky's severed head, earning them both a smiley. Gina calls out to Maggie, showing off the head and saying that Sam did great. They'll talk all about it when they share that drink tonight.
Holy shit.
Episode 37, I Made You This. Sam and Maggie join Chris and Gina on their yacht for a drink and soak in the sun, as if they didn't just murder a person.
I don't understand this. This is a very weird dynamic. It's strange because she killed a cop to get the point A to point B. They're in point B. They need to get the point B to C. The only for them to actually get the C is to be, well, I guess, underhanded or whatever case may be, to get the point A to point B. For some weird reason, she now has a conscience. You killed a man in the basement not knowing how things were going to go. Right? So, why is it now a problem? Watch it be a game show in the end. 9 times out of 10 for, like, aliens or something. But, like, think that to yourself. So it doesn't make any sense why you're now growing a conscience when we were trying to get our kids back. Now all of a sudden you want to like go pacifist all of a sudden? We can't do that. We already killed the man. I watched you kill the man. Now we need to do what we need to do to get to our children. You put me in this position. Now we have to get out of it. You can't do this now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Don't rob a bank if you're not willing to die for the cause. You might as well not do it.
Chris offers
Yes,
Sam a
it's
beer,
Broly.
but it's clear he's a million miles away and probably traumatized by the events of the hunt. Gina says she thinks he did great out there and to keep at it. After an uncomfortable silence, Chris pulls out a handmade vase as a gift for Sam and Maggie. This is actually what Chris does for work in town at his stall, Chris's Crafts. Gina works at the pharmacy and she mentions how everyone tries to get free sedatives from her. Anyway,
Yeah, true. You're locking out now, punk. Fucking lock in. You're right.
Gina says time flies when you're having fun, and Sam has a harsh reaction, asking if they find what they did today fun. Gina thinks it's a fair question and says they should just talk about what happened. Apparently, Becky put up quite a fight and almost did some damage to Chris and Gina, but Sam came in and held her legs down, helping them secure her head. Man, this whole season is messed up right from the get-go.
Jesus.
Gina answers Sam's original question, saying that
Jesus.
none of it was fun, but they just try to keep things light to make it easier. She says that before Sam can judge them, he should remember that everyone got into Lakeview by doing something terrible. And after a moment of reflection, Sam and Maggie decide, yeah, they probably shouldn't judge. Chris and
Thank
Gina
you.
then invite them below deck to talk about
Yeah.
something more
Thank you.
secretive. They confirm that inside the boat
Gotta
seem
clean
to
this
be
up
safe
soon.
from prying eyes and ears. They mention the whole foil thing, saying, you guys figured that out, right? It took us like a year to get it.
Okay, before we keep going, let me check real quick. Okay, so we have... Okay, put this in here real quick. And this. Put this in here, and put this in here as well. Okay. Now we have Broly in this part. Okay. And then Beer, so we... Oh, no. Then he'll get the accused part. So he's being accused. Alright. And then... Okay. And then there. And then he's like, I don't know. All right. So it's like, I don't know. So he's like hearing what she's saying. He's saying, I don't know. Then Beerus comes up somewhere trying to accuse him of some bullshit to make him look bad because he's a simp. A bit of a simp. Beerus is a bit of a simp. Okay. And then we'll have Beerus be like, okay.
Sam and Maggie look at each other and go, oh yeah, only 6 months for us. Of course, if you remember from part 1, it was clear that it took over 3 years for them to figure it out. Anyway, Chris says that they seem like smart, capable people, and it's hard to make friends out here. Gina cuts right to the chase, saying she wants them to form an evil alliance. Episode 38, Here Boy. They say they even have their first target, Dave. You might remember Dave from earlier, the hunter who works next to Sam at the market. Chris says he's the perfect candidate for the first test of their alliance. He's single and he's got 0 stickers, so one frowny's not gonna hurt him. Sam puts a stop to the conversation right there, saying if they're gonna ally with anyone in Lakeview, it would be them, but he needs to talk this over with Maggie before they join. Chris and Gina think it's fair and decide they can meet up again tomorrow. Back at home, Maggie asks Sam if he's okay, and he says, not even a little bit. He heads upstairs alone, and Maggie decides she needs to feed Winston. She walks out to the back deck and dumps the bloody guts into the water. Soon, something just goes to town, eating it out of frame. Okay, so is the new Winston some kind of meat-eating aquatic creature like a shark or what? Somehow, out of all the mysteries in this series, this is the thing I want to know the most. Sam comes back downstairs and asks if they can talk in the boat. He thinks they should take Chris and Gina up on their offer. Even if they can't really trust them, for now, it could be a beneficial team-up. Maggie's skeptical and mentions the arrow she found in the woods. She believes this may be a sign from the rebels. Sam cheekily remarks that this isn't Star Wars, there is no rebellion. But Maggie wonders what happens to all of the Reds out there. Maybe they banded together. Sam's pretty harsh and dismissive, saying, so what, they can get together in the woods and mope about their dead kids? Maggie reminds him that their friend Charlie is one of those people, but Sam doesn't care. He reminds her they still have a daughter worth fighting for. After a few moments, Maggie wonders if their daughter is still the same. What if they do all these awful things and make it to Hillside, only to find that she's not there, or that she isn't herself anymore? She says that the last time they saw her, their daughter called them. Maggie trails off and we don't get to find out what. Sam says all that matters is that she's alive and that they're alive, and he needs to know Maggie's with him on this. She agrees, at least until they can find a better way. But they're gonna need to keep their guards up because in the end, it's either them or Chris and Gina. The chapter ends with Sam and Maggie telling the couple that they're in. Episode 39, Friend of a Friend. Chris and Gina are stoked and think they should make up a secret handshake, but Sam and Maggie want to get straight to business. The couple tells them that the plan is to work together to slowly get 3 smileys by reporting or hunting. They plan on targeting single people rather than couples because they're easier targets and couples only count as 1 smiley anyway. So they move on to the plan regarding Dave, and Gina gets way too excited. Apparently she's always wanted to do an Ocean's 11 style heist plan, and if it was a movie, she says we would see all of this happening as she describes it. Well, it's not a movie, but it is a comic, and so that's exactly how this section works. Pretty funny fourth wall break, actually. Step 1 is already done. Last week, Chris asked Dave for help moving some pottery, and in doing so, left his fingerprints all over them. Chris then used this to make a mold, and now they have a fake Dave finger. Clever and creepy. With the finger, they can access Dave's phone using the required fingerprint. The key to all of this is Sam, who works in the stall next to Dave. Chris will come by and distract him, giving Sam the opportunity to grab his phone and hand it off to Maggie. She'll use the fake finger and, using Dave's phone, send an incriminating text to Sam. After it's sent, she'll delete it from Dave's phone. Maggie will then sneakily hand it back to Sam, who will then place it back in Dave's stall. The night before, Gina will stash some stolen pills from the pharmacy in Dave's bag, and the text will make it look like he stole them and is offering some to Sam, who will then forward the text to Officer Greg. While they wait for Greg to show up, Dave comes over to Sam and Maggie and is super nice as usual. He even offers to bring them some rabbit stew tomorrow. Makes you feel pretty bad for the guy. As they chat, Greg shows up and presents the text to Dave, then finds the medication in his bag shortly after. Unlike many of the people in this series so far, Dave doesn't really freak out. He actually seems to quietly understand what happened. Greg asks Sam and Maggie if they want to formally report it, and they stay quiet. Dave ominously chimes in, saying, an officer just asked you guys a question. Is this really what you want? Man, Chris and Gina really tried to play this off like they were doing the risky part by planting the drugs, but now Sam and Maggie just made an enemy, and he's a hunter at that. Episode 40, Captain Feel Bad. Maggie says, sorry Dave, but we don't like drug pushers in our town. Greg then gives Dave 1 demerit, telling him, don't steal prescription prescription drugs and then sell them to your pals, you goof. There's something really funny and really disturbing about how lighthearted the characters can be at times.
This
But
is
then again,
you can't tell me this is Adventure Time type dialogue, but just adult-like.
That's the whole vibe of this comic. Anyway, Greg gives Sam and Maggie their smileys, and the plan went off without a hitch. Dave says, I just want you to know, no hard feelings. I still consider you two of my closest friends. Something is really off about this, and he just turns around and leaves. Sam and Maggie both feel awful about what they did, and try to convince themselves they had to do it. Chris and Gina show up and invite them over for another drink to celebrate and find their next target, but Sam says they can't tonight, and next we see him and Maggie in the yacht. They're both so guilty over what they did and talk about how Dave's going to be out for them now, so they need to keep an eye out. Sam laments the fact that they couldn't talk for 3 years, and now all they have to talk about is how messed up everything is. He decides there's no point and to just keep their eyes on the goal ahead, saving their daughter. Maggie tries to convince him to just slow down and talk to her. She says that Becky, Tom, Bob, and Linda, she sees them in her nightmares. She wonders if Sam is haunted as well. And from his perspective, we do see red silhouettes of Becky holding her head, Bob and Linda in flames, and Tom with his head bashed in. It's an eerie sight to say the least. He lies to himself and Maggie, saying he doesn't see anyone but their daughter, and decides to go for a walk. Out on the path, Sam runs into Glenn, who's chipper as always. He talks about how gorgeous this time of year is and how lucky he is to be in this town. Sam straight up asks, what's wrong with you? You feel lucky to be here? What about your kids? Glenn asks Sam to follow him. He wants to show him something. He says that him and Gladys used to be like Sam a while back. They were some of the first to arrive, and it was pretty rough, but they played the sick game. They still had that fire in them. Him and Gladys even hunted someone down once, but after a while they realized they had changed, and that any world that rewards that kind of behavior is not one they wanted to raise a family in. So they don't hunt and just keep to themselves. Sam asks why they just gave up and chose to die, but Glenn says they didn't. In fact, they chose to live. He shows Sam his backyard, which is a beautiful garden with a large variety of flowers. Back behind them, down the road, Dave watches from afar. Episode 41, This Mysterious Stranger. Back at the house, Maggie takes a look in the fridge, and honestly, I'm not really sure what's significant here other than the box that says carrots is empty. Maybe there's something important here and it'll make sense later, but anyway, after eyeing the contents of the fridge, Maggie decides to go for a walk through the woods. After a while, she finds what she was looking for, the arrow etched into the tree. She follows its direction, and sure enough, it leads to another arrow. She repeats this process until she realizes that she's actually been led in a big circle. Then someone appears behind her saying the words, "Are you cooking a turkey?" Yep, it's Judy, the woman from part 1 who gave Maggie the foil. She's no longer wearing her yellow coat, but instead a Capsule Corp shirt. If you're a fan of Dragon Ball, you probably
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Ah! Let's go!
This as a direct reference to the show, and more specifically a shirt that Trunks commonly wears. Anyway, Judy asks Maggie what she's doing here, and it's clear that she doesn't really know herself, or rather she doesn't want to admit it. Judy tells her it's okay to speak freely here. They're in a natural dead zone in this part of the woods. She just wants to be friends and asks her again what she's looking for. Maggie says that the arrows make no sense. They just lead in a circle. She believes the arrows are a trick made by Judy to lead people into the dead zone and then deal with them. So she asks Judy, "Are you going to deal with me now?" Judy says if she wanted to kill her, she would have never seen her coming. Maggie says she's not scared of her, and Judy says, well, maybe you should be. In the surrounding wood, several weapon-wielding people peek out from behind the trees. Episode 42, Third-Party Logistics. Maggie does an Arthur-style fist clench and says, go ahead, take your shot. The shadowed figures stay put, however, and Judy begins to laugh. She tells them to stand down, and the figures disappear. Judy says she likes Maggie. She's stone cold, and more importantly, sees things the same way she does. She realizes that Maggie wouldn't come out here just to rat her out. Maggie wonders if this is all some sort of test to join the rebellion. Judy reminds her that she needs to return the favor for the foil, and that the time has come. Maggie asks what she wants, and Judy says she noticed that she's been making herself some new friends. Before we find out what she's on about, it cuts back to the house with Maggie already returning home. She hears some noises coming from the back garden. Sam is covered in dirt and hard at work, ready to expand the garden, hoping that next year's crop will be 10 times bigger, and he starts rambling about everything he wants to do. Maggie can tell something is off and asks him what happened on his walk. He says he just needed to clear his mind and shoots the question back her way, asking her why she's acting so weird. He says she could help him if she wants and that he's planning to plant some fruit trees. Maybe in 5-10 years they'll be able to make some fruit pies. This completely disarms Maggie. 10 years?
10
Does
years?
he really think they're gonna—
Oh, fuck no. Oh, hell no. 10 years? Bro, did you forget about the plan? There's a plan here. There's no 10 years. There's not even like 3 months. I don't know what you're doing here. Bro, you lost the memo or you just gone batshit crazy.
Gonna be here that long? After an awkward pause, he just shrugs the question off and says, fine, don't help me. But Maggie says they need to have a talk about Star Wars. I love that Sam's offhand comment earlier is now code word for the rebellion. Episode 43, Where You're Going. In the boat, Maggie starts by telling Sam the entire backstory of how she met Judy after looking for foil. Sam points out that technically if it wasn't for Judy, they wouldn't be alive right now. They never would have gotten the foil and Bob and Linda would be here instead. Maggie continues telling him what happened and we see a flashback of Judy asking her to bring her some materials. Something Maggie points out is extremely risky and asks what the point of the rebels really is. What's the big plan? Judy simply says that if Maggie joins her, they're gonna save the world. Back in the present, Sam thinks it all sounds crazy, but Maggie asks if it's any crazier than planting trees and planning to be here for years. She then asks again what happened while he was out on his walk, and he finally opens up. He and Glenn talked a bit, played some chess, and looked through the garden. Glenn told him something that resonated with him, that this is all there is. Maggie's actually a little pissed off because she said the exact same thing to Sam earlier, but now that Glenn says it, he suddenly has a big reaction. She's starting to feel like Sam doesn't trust her, and shockingly, he actually says that he doesn't. He points out that her killing Tom was a huge risk, and just because it paid off doesn't mean it will again. If she messes up, they could die. Maggie just thinks they should explore all options here. It could be that Glenn and Gladys are right and that there is no point in fighting, but it could be that Judy is right and that there's a way to stop all of it. But either way, she needs Sam. She admits that
I'm not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie, I would not plan to be here for 10 years because if those people, remember, those people conspiracize against you, against that one dude, that hunter guy. What if there's not a possibility they might be doing the same thing to you later on? What if they do that to you in the next 10 years without you doing absolutely nothing? You're better off trying to get out of here than you staying there. Because if they want to get out of that place, they'll just frame you guys. They're very much aware that you guys are willing to frame anyone. So they'll think twice to frame you, but they'll frame you even harder in a way that you can't really like rebuttal. Like, I don't know. I would not stay here. Because if those people was quick to like work with you to do an alliance, what do you think they might not do with other people just to get one up on you, to get more stickers? I don't know, bro. Staying here is not a good idea. We need to get out of that resistance. Now they will hunt you down if they believe you want to stay. It
has been a risk, but she needs to see if Judy is legit because it might be the only way to save their daughter. So Sam can either help her or not, but it wasn't an accident that they got this far. It's because they worked together. She asks him point blank, "Are you with me or not?" Episode 44, Extend the Neck. Maggie and Gina are doing a yoga class out on the docks and gossiping about how one of the residents, named Robert, just up and left his wife in the middle of the night. Gina jokes that maybe he joined the rebels, and Maggie laughs it off as a ridiculous idea. Then, when Gina's not looking, she reaches for her bag. Later in the house, Sam and Maggie go over their secret plans. Maggie suggests they go to the boat to discuss them, but Sam says it's fine, they can talk about it here. The plan is for Sam to go over to Dave's house and steal one of his hunting traps from the garage. Then, once he has it, he takes it over to Chris's stall at the market. In the morning, Chris will step on it and be out of action for a while. They'll tell Officer Greg that Chris was sneaking around Dave's stall before. They get a smile for reporting, Dave gets a frowny, and Chris loses a foot thinking it was Dave. They discuss this plan while standing right next to the vase that Chris gave them, and it seems like they're intentionally speaking into it. Well, guess what? The thing was rigged with a microphone.
Gotcha! I knew it! I knew it! I did say I knew it! Straight up! I knew it! I knew it. If those people are willing to do alliance against someone, they'll do the same shit to you. They was on your ass! I knew it!
Is listening in and tells Chris what she just heard. Sam and Maggie nod at each other, confirming that they knew the device was inside and had this dialogue here intentionally. Maggie sneaks out back and into town while Sam leaves the front door down the main path. Sure enough, Chris and Gina aren't far behind. In town, Maggie approaches Gina's pharmacy and enters using the key card she snatched
straight
earlier.
up.
Meanwhile, Chris and Gina tail Sam all the way to
10
Dave's
years.
house, ready to
Fuck
take
that.
photos for Officer Greg. Only Sam doesn't break into Dave's garage. In fact, he just keeps walking past his house. They wonder why he's not following through with his plan when Gina starts to piece together what may be happening and heads out, saying she needs to check on something. At the pharmacy, Maggie is filling a bag with multiple health items, which must be what Judy requested. Outside, she hears Gina coming in the door and hides behind the counter. However, Gina cuts through the bullshit and straight up calls Maggie out, knowing she's inside. Episode 45, Catch and Release. Maggie stands up and the two coldly greet each other. Surprisingly, Gina plays it off as if Dave broke in and that Maggie was only trying to stop him. She then continues this act, thanking her for being such a good friend. Maggie plays along, saying she doesn't think he's hiding back behind the counter. Gina opens a drawer and says, "Oh no, it looks like he did get some things," and starts putting supplies on the counter. She asks Maggie if he got away with anything else, and she continues playing along, suggesting he took some heavy painkillers as well. Gina says she'll report it, but since there's no hard evidence, Greg probably won't do anything. But she's glad she has such a good friend like Maggie and that they can help each other out. So I was a little confused about this segment when I first read it, but what I think's happening is that Gina thinks that Maggie was trying to get the meds for herself and tries to reaffirm the alliance by letting her get away with it and blaming Dave. It's odd to me that Gina wouldn't use this opportunity to just report Sam and Maggie for this, but she might have bigger plans, or maybe she really is that friendly. The next day, Sam and Maggie venture out into the woods and discuss the situation with Chris and Gina, unsure what kind of wrench the whole thing is going to put in their alliance. They walk into the dead zone and imply that they can actually feel it. They've also mentioned feeling like the boat was safe and that the Faraday cage worked in part 1, so it seems like however their cat heads are wired, they can literally feel the loss of surveillance. Spooky. Sam and Maggie then talk about Judy, wondering if she's crazy. Little do they know, she's standing right beside them. After the awkward realization that Judy heard them, Maggie apologizes, and Judy laughs it off, saying that we're all a little crazy. Maggie hands off the bag of meds, and Judy mentions that she had a man on the inside, but circumstances changed. Maybe she's talking about the guy who skipped town, Robert. She then immediately asks for more supplies, specifically camping gear, but Sam cuts her off, saying they put their necks on the line for her, so before they do anything else, she needs to answer some questions. Judy actually apologizes and says, go ahead. Sam is obviously surprised she's so willing and asks her the most obvious question, which is there really a rebellion? Judy readily answers, saying, yep, there's about 50 of them, and if you follow the arrows on the trees in the opposite direction, eventually you'll see an old ranger station, which is their current base. Sam is speechless because of the fact that he just got such a straight answer. Judy says that there's still a lot she can't say or trust them with, which leads back to the mission at hand. She asks them how they feel about hunting. Episode 46, Connective Tissue. Judy gives them the next mission. During the next trial hunt, they're going to try and get to the Reds first and tell them about the arrows, hopefully leading them to safety with the rebels as new recruits. She also tells them to buy 2 plants, a sunflower and cactus. If they need to get in touch, put the sunflower on the porch, and if they need to warn the rebels to stay away, put out the cactus. Sam then bluntly asks why they should side with Judy as opposed to saving their daughter. Judy says that's easy. There's no outcome where they save their daughter in the system. It's a sick game and it doesn't end in Lakeview. The rebels aren't here to play. They're here to flip the table and not only save their daughter, but to save everyone. 2 weeks later, Chris and Gina are talking in their boat about Sam and Maggie. How they act nice, but every time they try to initiate the next move for the alliance, they just dip out or brush it off. Chris asks Gina again if there was anything weird that night at the pharmacy, and Gina actually covers for Maggie, saying that there was no one there. Then someone knocks at the door and it's Dave. Apparently they have a meeting planned. They ask how he's been and he says that he actually caught a deer yesterday, but since they can't use real guns, he didn't fully kill it with his arrow and had to saw its windpipe with a knife. Okay, this is a guy you don't want as an enemy. They then discuss a plan. Dave says in war what you want to do is chip away at the strongest foes psychologically by taking out small fry to get them scared and wait for them to mess up. He then pulls out a watch with a whale design. Elsewhere, we see Glenn asking Gladys if she's seen his watch. He talks about how much he hates trial days, but says that it's not fair if they don't go and participate like everyone else. On a sadder note, he asks her if she thinks their kids would understand why they aren't coming for them. Gladys says that she can only hope that they know that Glenn and her love them and that one day they might forget. At the city hall, Mayor Laura is visited by Officer Greg. Apparently, he has some new information about Tom's death. They got the analysis back on the hammer and found some fingerprints that belong to Sam and Maggie. Episode 47, That Lonely You. Well, by now it's clear that the trials take place every couple of weeks, and Julian once again takes the stage at the center of town, and in his creepishly positive attitude, he gives a weird speech about how lucky their place is in the cosmos. Then, of course, he hands it over to the mayor, who goes into a long speech. In the crowd, Sam and Maggie don't see Chris and Gina anywhere, which is kind of concerning. Sam and Maggie start to argue. I guess Maggie was the one who decided to put some space between them and the couple, but Sam says they should have kept them close so they knew what they were planning. It's clear that Sam and Maggie's relationship is pretty rocky since they've gotten to Lakeview. They're then interrupted by Glenn and Gladys. They catch up a bit, and Glenn asks if either of them has seen his good watch with the whale on it. He stopped by Sam's stall yesterday and thought maybe he dropped it. Sam and Maggie exchange a concerned look, and then the mayor begins to announce those going up and going down. There's actually only one person going up and one going down, so the mayor says that the trial is simply a formality, but they'll vote anyway. Before it begins, however, Gina and Chris show up and interrupt the trial, saying that they have intel that someone here is planning to blow everyone up with a bomb. They show Officer Greg to some nearby bushes where he finds the bomb. It's obviously non-functional and just put there for show, but we all know by now that Greg doesn't give a shit as long as it looks like evidence. In the center of it is Glenn's whale watch. Knowing what this means, Glenn and Gladys begin to accept their fate. They're actually quite calm about the whole thing, realizing that this would happen eventually and making peace with it. Greg gives them their demerits and tries to move them onto the stage, and they just straight up tell him to off, which made me laugh.
Fuck
As
you.
Mayor Laura starts the vote, Glenn and Gladys happily chat with each other, reminiscing on how they met and letting the rest of the world fade away. They tell each other how happy they are, that they got to spend their lives together. It's kind of sweet. Episode 48, Human Dispatch. Glenn and Gladys head into the woods holding hands for their 20-minute head start. It seems Chris and Gina are planning to chase the old couple to a specific location set up by Dave. They point out how creepy Dave looks staring at them from the edge of the forest, and they give him a cool guy nod to confirm the plan. Sam and Maggie witness this, immediately identifying the cool guy nods, and talk about the plan to try and lead Glenn and Gladys to the rebel base. In the distance, the mayor is watching them ominously. The hunt begins, and Sam and Maggie rush in to find Glenn and Gladys before anyone else. Maggie runs ahead and freezes, telling Sam to turn back. But when he catches up, he sees a horrifying sight. Dave standing above a deep pit, and at the bottom, Glenn and Gladys being completely wrapped up and bleeding in barbed wire. Glenn says he can't feel his legs and wants to know where his wife is, not realizing that she's right next to him and that she's already dead. Dave says that she's the lucky one for dying. He says he's not a monster, and normally when he catches a critter, he puts it out of its misery quickly, but he wanted Sam and Maggie to see what was waiting for them, except 10 times worse. He pulls on the barbed wire, clearly putting Glenn in severe pain. Sam tells him to stop, and Dave says if anyone's gonna put Glenn out of his misery, it's Sam. Episode 49, A Good Person. Dave just walks away saying, well, I'll leave you kids to your fun. Sam doesn't know what to do, Maggie's quiet, and Glenn is sobbing over his dead wife. Finally, Maggie says that they should just walk away. She can't deal with this. Sam is pissed. Now she wants to walk away.
Now you
Glenn
want to walk
speaks out to
away?
them, begging them to end
What
his
the fuck? We gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop. You put us here. You can't get to say when we stop. This roller coaster goes off the rails. The roller coaster have not gone off. We're going off the rails, Final Destination style. You are not going to stop this. This is not how that works. I was perfectly fine when we was at level 1. You got us level 2, and you want to stop? Hell no. We lock in. Lock the hell up. Oh my god, bro.
Suffering. Maggie just says, I'm sorry, Sam, but it's your turn.
Oh,
That's her choice,
you.
and she walks away. Glenn cries out again to Sam, telling him he thinks they would have been good friends, and as his friend, to please make the suffering stop. Sam is taken hold of by a memory. His daughter is sick with a sore throat and begs Sam to make it go away. He says there are some things that daddies can't fix. The fact that he can't make his daughter better actually makes him emotional, and his daughter tells him it's okay, she knows he'll always try his best. Snapping back to the present, Sam picks up the nearby harpoon gun, and we hear the sickening sound of an arrow going through Glenn's head. Sam was forced to kill one of the only good people in this whole society. In the dead zone of the woods, Chris and Gina meet up with Dave. He tells them that Sam and Maggie will be easy pickings now. They'll start to make mistakes. Chris says, remind us not to f with Dave. He tells them to go ahead and get Glenn and Gladys's heads because he doesn't think Sam will have the stomach to cash them in. He also says that he knows Chris and Gina helped Sam and Maggie set him up for stealing the meds. Gina admits it's true, and Dave says now that they have honesty, they can build trust. He'll forgive them as long as they promise that when Sam and Maggie get redded, he gets to take his time with them. Dude, Dave is a bigger psycho than I could have guessed. Episode 50. Did I do that?
It's always the chill ones. I always find villains it's always the villains that are usually calm and collected that's more scarier than the ones that are just like mad and crazy. Like you could be crazy, but if you're crazy, quiet and collected and smart, that is dangerous as hell because not you're only smart, you're unpredictable and you're probably tough. That's crazy. That is crazy. This is part why I think I always found someone like Yo's brother from Shaman King pretty intimidating because he was always really calm, just like his brother, but in a more cynical way. He was very chill.
At the edge of the woods, but storms off without her. Mayor Laura finds her and asks her to come to her office. Maggie asks what this is all about, and Laura says no need to be tense about it. It's not like she's going to bring the hammer down on her.
Yep.
Interesting choice of words there. They make it back to the mayor's office, and there's an interesting detail in the background. A giant version of the painting Judith beheading Holofernes on the wall. Only the characters have cute cat heads. This painting is actually based on a biblical story where Judith gains the trust of an invading general, Holofernes, only to get him drunk and cut his head off with his own sword. Could be interesting foreshadowing, but maybe
I think Joker did that. I think Joker was like one of the biggest villains that ever did that in DC history. That like really pulled one over the wall of Batman when he did the thing with Terry McGinnis, when he put the Joker thing on the back of the neck of what's it? It was not Jason. It was it Jason Todd? No, it was the other one. The other Robin.
Into it. Laura says that there have been a few issues that have come to her attention. Firstly, what is Maggie doing out in the woods so often? Maggie plays dumb, but Laura further points out that she seems to specifically be entering into the dead zone. Maggie continues to lie, saying that if she went into the dead zone, she must not have noticed. Laura says, well, here's another one for you. Remember when my husband was savagely beaten to death by a hammer? Well, it turns out that Maggie and her husband's fingerprints were on the hammer. Maggie tries to lie, saying that it was actually their hammer and that Bob and Linda borrowed it right before Tom's death. Laura is clearly not buying it and asks her one more question. Will Maggie join her in the basement? And the bear rug on the floor opens up to a secret staircase. Meanwhile, Sam is standing in Glenn's garden with a can of gas. A red and white apparition of Glenn covered in barbed wire tells Sam not to do this. They chose to live. He relives the moment he had to kill Glenn in his head as he pours gas around the garden. He hears the voice of Maggie from before saying, what do? Follow the rules? Play the sick game? And then we get her back? You really believe that? Sam throws a lighter onto the gas and torches the whole garden, saying, I have to. Then walking away as the whole place burns. Episode 51, Like Heck. Laura tells Maggie she won't bite and once again asks her to enter the basement. Otherwise, she'll have Greg come and talk to her about the hammer. So Maggie agrees and they head down. Instead of some horrific torture dungeon, it's actually an old bomb shelter that's in great condition despite the out-of-fashion 70s style. Laura reaches into a hidden container inside the globe and says she has a really important question to ask Maggie. Neat or on the rocks? Yep, she has a bottle of liquor, and in a shocking twist, we cut ahead to the two ladies drinking and smoking cigarettes together. They're swapping stories about their childhoods like they're best friends and getting drunk. Of all the twists in this comic, this one really caught me off guard. Maggie asks her why she's being so nice when she barely knows her, and Laura admits that she doesn't really know anyone, but she does know what Maggie's really up to in the woods. She knows the rebels are out there and that Maggie has something to do with them. Laura then talks about the origin of the town. Before it all went to hell, she was a pastor and Tom was a sheriff in a little town a few hours north of Lakeview. They lived a happy and peaceful life with their boys until everything went to shit. The government then put them on a fast track to seeing their kids again, but required Laura to denounce everything and burn
I want to say it, but I can't.
down her church. They were then taken to Lakeview, and Laura was made part of a council. The town's mayor at the time was an evil man named Elijah who abused his power and threatened to red status women if they didn't sleep with him. A real scumbag. So one night Laura snuck into his room and murdered him.
Whoa, go back, what?
Sheriff in a little town a few hours north of Lakeview. They lived a happy and peaceful life with their boys until everything went to shit. The government then put them on a fast track to seeing their kids again, but required Laura to denounce everything and burn down her church. They were then taken to Lakeview, and Laura was made part of a council. The town's mayor at the time was an evil man named Elijah who abused his power and threatened to red status women if they didn't sleep with him. A real scumbag. So one night Laura snuck into his room and murdered him. Episode 52. For Our Sins. With Elijah out of the way, Laura took on the role of mayor with Julian backing her up. She was still forced to send people up and down every 2 weeks or she'd be redded herself. Someone from the government came and told them as long as they kept sending good citizens up and bad citizens down, they didn't care what the method was. Maggie stops the story here, surprised. She thought that Laura was the government, but Laura says not at all. In fact, the woman they sent to talk to them seemed like she was in the same boat as the rest of us. Unfortunately, even Laura doesn't know who's at the top or why they're doing all of this. She and Julian tried to talk the government representative into getting rid of the hunt, but she said they still needed to do it to reward the other citizens for their community service. They did, however, convince her to let them have a head start.
This actually explains why there's no cameras around and people are just so more willy-nilly and just okay. Because it's a mix of the Hunger Games and I guess the Purge to a degree. That's what this is. It's like Hunger Games and Purge in its own like sickening way. And something else I can't think of. What's that one movie with Jim Carrey? Oh my god, I forgot that one movie with Jim Carrey when he's being watched.
Start of 20 minutes. It seems like Laura actually wants all of this to end as well, but has to try and work within the system. The head start was actually her way of trying to help the Reds get to the rebels before they're killed. We also learn that she's not eligible to go to Hillside as the mayor, meaning she'll never get to see her boys again, but she believes the sacrifice is worth it to try and fight to improve things from her position. She asks Maggie
32?
about meeting with the rebels again. She
30,
says that she
30,
sees a
no,
fire
23,
in Maggie's
23,
eyes,
23.
and that Tom must have seen it too as she bashed
yes.
his head in. Episode 53, The Nameless Monster. Right when we think
And the
Laura's
Truman
finally
Show,
going to
yeah.
get revenge on Maggie for her husband, she just says
Conspiracies
it's okay.
and all
She
that
knows
shit.
what type of person Tom had become and that he wasn't always like that. Maggie sympathizes with her, saying, "This world takes good people and turns them into monsters." Then the two women hug. Later, Maggie comes home comedically drunk and acting silly. With no tact, she bursts out that she's sorry about Glenn and Gladys and drunkenly asks Sam if he forgives her. He's clearly not happy, but says he forgives her anyway. She collapses on the couch and says she has a lot to tell him after a quick nap. The next day, Sam is gung-ho about selling his vegetables, playing up their puny size as a good thing, which actually helps boost his sales. He uses the extra cash to buy some camping gear from Dave, who he's acting surprisingly friendly toward. Chris watches from his stall and relays the strange occurrence to Gina, including that Sam then went on to buy a bunch of art supplies from him. They decide it might be supplies for the rebels, although it doesn't really explain the art stuff. Gina wonders, if it is for the rebels, what their move should be. Chris thinks it would be a good opportunity to report Sam and Maggie and get another smiley, plus any extreme rebel activity apparently gets you full demerits and a certainty to be downvoted. It's clear Gina is thinking differently about it. If there are rebels out there, it means there could be another way. Chris says he's made his position clear on this, and that if it wasn't for Chris and him, although it's unclear who this him is, Gina wouldn't be here. And if she's not with him, she's a liability. Okay, clearly there's something weird we don't know about Chris and Gina. Episode 54, Sunflower Boy. Maggie wakes up with a deadly hangover and finds Sam up early painting. A little unusual since he's never done this before. Maggie apologizes if she said some insensitive stuff about Glenn and Gladys last night, and Sam says, "Don't worry about it. You were just apologizing for leaving me to shoot Glenn in the head." Wow, pretty blunt. Maggie takes a beat and then says she's sorry. Sam says, no you're not, plus you shouldn't apologize, it was my turn. He then asks if they can talk in the boat for a moment. Man, the tension between these two is making me really nervous. Once in the boat, Sam says he wants to help the rebels. They couldn't get to Glenn and Gladys in time to tell them about the arrows, so they need to find another way to gain Judy's trust. Sam talks about how he sold all of his veggies and bought a bunch of camping supplies to give them. Tomorrow they'll put the sunflower out and follow the arrows to the ranger station to give them the supplies. Seems like he has it all figured out and that maybe him and Maggie are on the same page for once. Maggie then tells him all about what she learned from Laura. In the end, Laura said she won't help them, but she wishes them luck in finding the rebels. It seems like they can trust her, at least for now. In the morning, the couple head out and see about saving the world. They set out the sunflower and head into the woods with their gear. As you might expect, Chris and Gina follow them from a distance. Episode 55, Carry the Fire. Sam and Maggie follow the arrows backwards and sure enough find an old ranger station. Judy comes out to greet them and gives her condolences for Glenn and Gladys. I guess she witnessed the whole thing from a distance. She says they can try again next time and figures that's why they came, but is delighted when she spots the camping gear. Sam asks if they can come in now and Judy says she still doesn't trust them enough. He tells her this is a two-way street and it's another 2 weeks till trial. So he offers her a deal. They'll do one more supply run and get whatever the rebels need, but then Judy has to let them in and meet the other rebels. Surprisingly, Judy goes along with it and says it's a deal. Soon it's going to get colder as winter comes in and they'll need to bundle up, so she asks them to get socks, gloves, blankets, and coats. Sam says they can do it and Judy reminds them to put the cactus out if there's any trouble. If their neighbors find out what's going on, it would be the end of all of them. Of course, as she says this, we get a zoom out revealing Chris and Gina watching all of it from afar. They start to discuss whether they think Sam and Maggie are really rebels and if they should call Greg right now, but they have to dive into the bushes when they see Sam and Maggie are coming back. That night, Sam and Maggie get a pile of warm clothes and blankets together. Maggie mentions that something's changed in Sam since Glenn died. There's a fire in him. She feels like for the first time in a while, they're really together again, and tells him that she loves him. He says the same, but looks away like his heart isn't fully in it. Something fishy is definitely going on with Sam. Maggie heads off to—
There's nothing fishy. Bro was left to kill a man that he didn't think deserved to die, and she left him. Bro was forced to watch a man die in front of him, and she did it in front of him. And then told him to relax. I think that's a little warranted for him to be a little bit of an asshat to her a little bit, I think. I think it's a little fair that I have to watch a man die before my eyes out of nowhere without my knowing. And then 2, I had to kill a man that had nothing to do with this or did not want no part of this, who was a good man, and I had to do it by myself, and you just left me. While he's next to his dead wife. I think it's pretty warranted at this point for him to be a little bit ticked off. I think... No, come on, I don't think that's unreasonable for him to be a little bit cold to her. Because if it was the other way around, he'd be called a pussy. Let's be honest. If he did this in front of his wife and it was the other way around and he left her to go kill a man or a woman who had nothing to do with this, I'm pretty sure he'd be called a pussy, a coward, and everything under the sun. And then she keeps constantly doing this thing where, like, before, the dude was okay at level 1 because he thought if we just played by the rules, things will be fine. She forced this upon him. And then when we get to level 2, she's like, I don't think I want to be here for 10 years. Okay, fine. I guess that's fair. But then again, you started pulling bullshit games with me, playing mind games with me at the same time. You're like hot and cold, hot and cold. Are we in it or we're not? Which one is it? Because at first you said we should go all the way past this not do this 10 years thing. It's fine. But as soon as we had to start killing and putting people and framing them, either you're trying to find better ways of doing this, which I don't know how, because we're just winging it at this point. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 seconds. We're getting lucky, if anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you go to the mirror, come back drunk. I'm already annoyed that you come home drunk, and I have to be focused while you come home drunk. Are you serious? Like, nah, bro. I understand why bro is a little bit, like, on the cold side. I think this is a reasonable response. You think she's an Amy?
to bed, and Sam says
wait,
he
is
has
that
a few more things
wait?
to
Is that a Roanoke reference?
get ready for tomorrow. He looks over to the kitchen table where he was doodling, and we see that there's a painting hidden under some pages. What the hell is he up to? Episode 56, How Like a Mirror 2. Maggie wakes up the next morning and finds that Sam never went to sleep. He says he was just too nervous and wants today to go well. Things could be different from here on out. Well, that's ominous. As they leave the house, it almost seems like Sam is crying, but he plays it off. Sure enough, Chris and Gina are waiting to follow them again. This time we hear Chris call Officer Greg with a report. At the same time, it seems Sam is sending a message on his phone. They arrive at the ranger station, but no one comes out. Sam doesn't hesitate, however, and just walks in. Inside is completely empty, and Maggie is a little worried. Why is no one here? Sam lets out a heavy sigh and tells Maggie she needs to stay calm and listen to what he's about to say. He tells her that before they left, he texted Julian if he could put their favorite sunflower plant inside to protect it from frost, and asked him to replace it with the cactus.
Yeah. Oh,
the rebels
oh, let's go, Toby. You got See, I'm plugged in. I'm plugged in. I'm plugged in. Toby got it. Me and Toby got it. Let's go, Tobe. Yeah, I understood what you meant. There was a Roanoke reference. I got it. I watch him.
Give Sam a chance to put up some posters. Yep, Sam's sudden new hobby of painting was actually to make propaganda posters about joining the rebels. The posters say to speak to Chris and Gina, a ploy to make it look like they made the posters, especially since the art supplies were from Chris's stall. When Sam bought the camping supplies, he made sure that Chris could overhear
Bro,
him,
no
so they
ball.
followed him up here. And hopefully they're doing the same today, only this time with Officer Greg. The perfect setup for framing Chris and Gina. Maggie is in shock. Sam lied to her. He says that he was actually curious about the rebels until he saw what happened to Glenn. And as he put an arrow through his head, he thought, what a pathetic father. What a useless husband. And he decided he wasn't going to let the same happen to him. His daughter is out there, and her dad is coming to save her. He asks Maggie, are you with me or not?
There we go. Now the tables has turned. Now, you see, now he's like, nah, I ain't. It's either you're with me or you're against me. You told me the same thing. Now it's on you. That shows how much I'm willing to do anything as possible. For the original plan for us was just to play ball with everyone else. You didn't want to do that. You forced this upon me, and then you asked me the same question when we got to level 2. You're the one wavering. Are you with me or are you against me? Either one. You see what I'm saying? Bro is locked in. Bro is locked in. Yeah, just like what Bryce said. Lock in, Maggie. Bullshit. Straight up.
Rise. Maggie freaks out, screaming, I trusted you. She really thought they were finally on the same page. She believes if there really is someone waiting for them in Hillside, it's not Sarah, their daughter. Their Sarah would have never left them like that and never said those terrible things. The only reason for them to still be here at all is to join the rebels and try to do what they can before they die. And now Sam's messed all of that up. Sam snaps back at her, asking her, is it really any different than killing Tom? Before Linda reported it, why was she even on Tom's radar in the first place? It seems like he's hinting at something until he finally outright says it. He thinks that Maggie was screwing Charlie. Now we understand the unspoken nugget of mistrust that Sam has had the entire time. He thought that Maggie and Charlie were having an affair. She tells him the truth, that this isn't the case. After all this time, why didn't Sam say anything? He says that Maggie is his sunrise, and he thought that if he just ignored it, the sun would keep rising. He says that she once had to make the call for both of them, and now he's doing the same thing.
This is a message to all boys. If you suspect, or men, or husbands, whatever your relationship status is, if you suspect your chick fucking you over, do not let it ride and hope that she's not. Be direct and be honest. Because the last thing you want is singeing hatred growing inside you, and then when you find out that if she is or isn't, you act like a total asshat and put yourself in a worse position. Do not do this. Ask your chick if you asked and was forefront but she still lied to you, you have every right to whatever happens after that. But I'm telling you, if you just kind of trying to like play that game that I don't want to talk about it but be passive aggressive all the time but don't want to bring up the subject that's bothering you, you're going to act out in ways that you're not going to. You might be staying cool now, but you're going to be passive aggressive. You're going to say things, and you're going to just be a way that you're not going to like, and it's going to consume your soul. Don't let this happen. Ask your chick, are you X, Y, and Z? I suspect that these are my evidence of why I think this. And if she can't be forthcoming with you and she playing bullshit games, drop that hoe. If she can't be forthcoming with you, drop that hoe fast. Yeah, it builds up. Don't let that build up. Because you're going to end up making some mistakes and saying things that is going to make you look like a crazy person. Do not do this. Literally ask her, are you X, Y, and Z? I have my evidence. Prove to me I'm wrong. But if you are on that thing that she's still lying to you, just drop it. Just end it there. It'll do you some good, a peace of mind, and you don't have to worry about this crap. Do not let that ride out, because you're going to end up going crazy.
Gonna get them to Hillside, and no matter what Maggie believes, they'll see their daughter there. Outside, Chris, Gina, and Greg approach the station. Sam suddenly walks outside and calls out to Greg, saying he was just about to call him to report an incident. He tells Greg that yesterday they followed Greg and Gina here and found some concerning materials inside. They enter the building and find plastered across all the walls and painted on the floor the words "Rise," a signal to join the rebellion. Episode 58, Fall. After a painfully long silence, Greg finally says,
Roanoke would say this. He said, don't let what open you. He said, do not let. Roanoke gives some good advice. Yeah, he might be kidding half the time, or he's getting his knowledge about like science and stuff, but I'm telling you, he used to be a husband, and he knows how that shit goes. And he'll give you some solid advice to men. Don't do X, Y, and Z. Don't fall for that shit. Be honest. If they can't be forthcoming, get the fuck up out of there. Do not let that waver in you. You will go crazy. You will do things that you're not going to like, and you might end up hurting yourself and people in the long run, and people who are innocent in the situation. Do not let that well up in you. Be honest with yourself. Papa Noke.
Who wants to go first?
I
Gina
think he
comes
has
in
two
real
boys,
quick,
remember,
saying
right?
obviously Sam is trying to frame them. She points out that there's no signal here and they can all be honest. This is all bullshit. Greg says that he actually agrees, but he's seeing a heck of a lot of evidence around. He assumes this can all be traced back to Chris's crafts, and this is confirmed by Sam. Greg turns back to Chris and Gina and says, so where's your evidence? They rage out on him. So what if they don't have evidence? The truth is obvious. After a moment, Greg says he really doesn't care about the truth. His job is to find evidence of rebellious acts and administer justice accordingly. That's why they keep him
Maybe
alive.
that's part of the game. The game is to convince authority that you are a good citizen even when they know you're not. Right? It's kind of like the tuning exams. Right? Like Hunger Games, like you guys said. Like the tuning exams and like the first tuning exam what they had with Naruto and his team, where they had to get information without getting seen. Maybe that's what this whole concept is. Do the whole try to one up other people as a team, but don't get caught doing it. Use underhanded tactics or whatever case to be to get information and make make the other teams falter. I think that's what this is. They took like the idea of the tuning exam up by 11. That's literally what, because the dude said, I don't care about no truth. I just want to make sure if there's enough evidence to make me think that you are rising, but not are being rebellious. But you don't actually have to be a rebellious person. We just need to know if you can convince me if others or yourself is the rebellion. That's crazy.
In fact, this could be a big win for him, and he could get years out of it. He even outright says Sam did a heck of a job and how he must really hate these two. That is, unless Maggie has anything to add. She hesitates for a moment and then concurs with Sam, saying that Gina even asked her to join the rebels during yoga once. Gina immediately calls her a bitch, which made me laugh. Greg says there's really two choices for Chris and Gina. They can accept the consequences of rebel activity, giving them an instant 3 frownies, and they'll likely be voted down to red status. Or they can just leave right now, maybe join the rebels for real, but they'll be turned red status remotely. So it's a real lose-lose situation. Chris does not like the sound of option 2 and says they'll go back with Greg to the protest of Gina. There's a bit of tension, and then Gina asks Greg, what if just one of them leaves? Greg says that the one who leaves would be put down as a missing person and be redded as a precaution, but as long as the other parent stays, it won't be full red status for the couple, and their kid would live. Okay, so we're really learning the nitty-gritty of this messed up system. Hearing this, Gina straight up tells Chris goodbye and says there's no reason for her to stick around anymore. Even Maggie's in disbelief, asking, what about your kids? Then, to everyone's shock, she reveals she never had any kids. Apparently, Gina and Chris are both gay. They're just friends, and they only pretended to be a couple so that they wouldn't kill Gina. So this confirms that childless people are basically killed off in this system since they can't be controlled by threatening their children.
Well, that actually just clears up for Sam to believe that Chris is not screwing his wife. The man likes penis. So that really just goes out the window. Like, well, I guess you are telling the truth. Because, like, he doesn't like pussy. Well...
Sam and Maggie are both still floored at the revelation. Gina says, thanks for everything, Chris, but also, f you turned into a real dick. Another line that made me laugh.
Yeah,
then she walks out of the station saying, have a nice rest of your life. Episode 59, What Was? As they walk away, Sam is glad the plan went off without a hitch. Chris is in jail, Gina ran away, and they now have 2 merits, getting that much closer to seeing their daughter in Hillside. He looks back and realizes that Maggie stopped dead in her tracks. She coldly says, maybe we shouldn't be together, and that she can't do this anymore. Sam defends himself, saying all he did was make some posters. I mean, she beat a cop to death with a hammer. She screams at him, all you did was ruin our only chance at saving the world. Sam says,
what? You're worried about the fuck? Oh my god. Woman moment. Are you serious? Are you oh my god. You know, sometimes domestic violence is sometimes really needed in these situations. Like, are you serious? You can't be serious. That's a... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Bro, this is equivalent to what happens to 10Z when he's with his girlfriend who had cancer and he saved her life, and somehow she left him. What? Like, bro, are you serious? We shouldn't be together? You killed the man. I was forced to kill the man. You didn't. You didn't have to go down this path. If anything, you indirectly killed 2 people by forcing me to killing 1. What in the hell is this logic? I'm getting so mad. Like... because she cheated. Let's see.
Says that that's all a lie, and Maggie tells him the real lie is back there in the neighborhood, or Lakeview, or Hillside. She's tired of this argument and hoping that Sam will change. Instead of working together, Sam just undermined everything she's trying to do. She says again that maybe they should go separate ways. Sam reminds her that he's her husband and that she barely knows Judy and hasn't even met the other rebels. He gets even more heated, asking her what the big plan is, because from where he's sitting, the rebels look like a bunch of no-plan, childless nobodies out in the woods who would be better off dead. He has a real plan, and he's her real husband, really asking her to save their real daughter. After a moment, she says, you're wrong, Sam. None of it's real. Not even him. The real Sam died that day. We get a flashback of only their daughter's voice saying, don't come looking for me. Mom, Dad, I love you. And the time we spent together meant so much. I feel lucky that I was your daughter. That's all we get. And man, they're really teasing us here because I want to know what the hell happened. In the present, Maggie says, she chose them, Sam. That's what's real. Maggie says that she won't get in the way of his plans, but she's done being a part of them.
Oh my God, woman moment. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God.
Tells her that she needs to calm down and think about this before she says something she regrets. And he walks away, leaving Maggie to cry alone in the woods. Judy then pops up out of nowhere calling Sam an asshole. Maggie tries to apologize to her about compromising the base, and Judy says that she understands. It was Sam, not her. She then makes it really clear that Maggie has a choice to make, Sam or the rebels. Now that Sam is a liability, they won't accept him. After some deliberation, Maggie finally says that she'll join her. But Judy can tell that but she's
Wow.
still unsure. She does trust Maggie, however, and tells her that she'll finally show her the rebel base.
This is horrible,
Episode
yo.
60, What Will Be? Well, here we are, folks, the final episode of Season 2. Judy leads Maggie to an old railway museum. Apparently, there was once a whole mining town here, and Lakeview was built as an upper-class town for the mine bosses to live in until the mine collapsed and shut down. They made the museum to honor the workers, but turned Lakeview into a resort town for the rich. They enter the gift shop, and Judy admits that she may have exaggerated the rebels' numbers. We see a group of 4. Nicole, who's missing an eye on her mask, and her husband Tim, who's missing both eyes. Then there's a nervous guy named Hormel, whose facial features are mismatched. His mouth is swapped for his eye. Finally, there's someone they refer to as Please Hold, who is actually a child. The only one we've seen this whole series. The kid is holding 2 hatchets and wearing white overalls, and the only thing they say is, please hold. So no one has any idea of their backstory. Judy says there used to be more of them, but they had some losses, and that there are 7 of them total now. Nicole and Tim were from a town not unlike Lakeview, but much worse.
The gang's all here.
Had the whole town doing forced labor. Nicole stole some bread since they were starving, and when the leader found out, he took Tim's eyes and one of Nicole's. In the end, the town was considered a failed project, and everyone was redded. Hormel's backstory is much simpler. When they gave everyone the masks, his was a misprint. This alone caused him to be redded. That's pretty messed up. Maggie tries to talk to
Are you kidding me? Wait, go back.
Hold, but much simpler. When they gave everyone the masks, his was a misprint. This alone caused him to be redded. That's
what? That's BS.
Pretty messed
How's
up.
that my fault?
Maggie tries to talk to Please Hold, but they just stay silent. Judy says they found the kid drenched in blood in the woods trying to eat pine cones. Weirdly, the bloodstains just faded over time. Nicole calls Judy an angel who saved all of them, along with someone named Horace and another person that Judy wants to keep secret. She takes Maggie out back to see the tracks when suddenly a voice greets her. Up on a train is none other than Charlie. His mask is sewn up and he looks to be in pretty good shape. He says he has a question for Maggie because he forgot. Does she like trains? And that, my friends, is the end of Season 2 of Everything is Fine. There is so much development in this season, it makes the first part of Sam and Maggie living in the suburban
I want to watch
neighborhood
more, but I
just
know it's
feel
10
a million miles away. It's pretty sad seeing Sam and Maggie fall apart. That scene in the forest felt like the disbanding of the Fellowship of the Ring or something. It was also interesting to see how Lakeview took things to the next level. Not only do you report your neighbors, you hunt them down. Ultimately, what I continue to love about this series is the constant paranoia. Sam and Maggie don't know who to trust, including each other. And as a reader, it's not cut and dry who we should be rooting for because everyone has blood on their hands. Overall, we got a lot of answers this time around, but also got a lot more questions. I would normally do a theory section here and try to guess what's going on, but many of these questions will be answered in the next season. I do want to recommend, as you guys read through this series, to look at the comments on Webtoons, because you get to see everyone's theories in the comments that were posted as the episodes came out. I found it to be a really fun part reading these for the first time when I didn't know what was going to happen next. Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And if you want to see your art at the end
I want to watch more, but I know it's 10:26, so I'll save this for tomorrow. This got crazy. This bitch pissing me off, though. Sam is pissing me off. Like just like what Toby said, she's an Amy, bro. Can't be trusted. This bitch. Oh my God. For those who don't know what that means, it's technically a character archetype that Roanoke, a YouTuber who used to do who does videos on realistic science. People eating corn. Let me see. People eating corn. Wait, what are you talking about? Anyway, so I'm gonna let you guys go. I gotta go finish off with this, and it's already 10:27. So let me see right here. Wait, I feel like I did something wrong. Wait, real quick. I think I did something off. Oh, there it is. I was wondering where this was. I was like, what the hell? Wait, no. Let me see. Okay. Alright, have a good night, guys. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. Okay, it goes like this, and then comes in. Okay. Alright, later, guys. Have a great night. I'm out. Keep safe. See you guys tomorrow.